Hey y'all. Listen, I almost went to sleep during that countdown. That's the type of Friday I'm having. Y'all can unmute and talk back.
You gotta do your entrance.
I forgot it. Hey, happy Friday, everyone. Now I'm going to introduce our panel. We have AP, Mistaken, HD, and Maroon. My name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shante, and this is a Chic critique.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. But anyway, let me just tell y'all what them streets be saying. They said y'all got high standards for people who don't get married. That's what the streets. I did not say that. The streets said it, and I brought it here.
You in them streets?
I'm not in them. I just drive on them, and sometimes I let my window down, and so I hear things. And I'm just repeating what they say, you know? They say it's a lot of standards out there, but nobody's getting married. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. But before we get into that topic, and yeah, we'll talk about that topic on the back end. But how's everybody doing?
I'm happy to see the show. You know, I was like, dang, she done got married, and then all of
Who
a
got
sudden, you
married?
don't got no show no more. I was like, God dang. All it takes is a brother to take her away from the show. It's crazy.
That's not true. That is not the reason why. Let me just tell y'all, it is hard teaching y'all's children. They wear you out. They wear you out. That's why I'm so sometimes I have had a long day, and sometimes, you know, it's okay. I had a long day today. You know, my first 10 minutes, I'm usually getting blessed out by kids. And that's not, I be on the phone Mistaken. Like, it is too early for this type of energy. Like, what? Y'all just come to school mad? It's bad. It's bad in these streets.
I mean, good mothers, you know what I'm saying? You know, good households, man. It's tough because it's like if people aren't getting together and they're not having good relations, kids is gonna be jacked up, and then you get the jacked up kids, and now your day's jacked up, and it's just a trickle down effect, right?
It definitely is. It definitely is. I don't know what's going on.
Who wake up ready to fight in the morning? Just ready to fight.
My coworkers.
Really?
No, we have to be at work. We have to be at work at 6:30.
6:45.
6:45 a.m. The kids are coming in with these attitudes. And it's like
ready to fight. Like, not ready to fight, fighting.
What grades do y'all teach?
High school.
What grade? High school.
Okay. Yeah.
They coming ready to fight or ready to smoke? But either one. Either one of those two.
A combination.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that too.
All right. So what I'm going to do is just a little, what's it called? Like a icebreaker. And so I thought this is a, you know, please don't take, this is not what the conversation is going to be over. But I thought it was just interesting. Somebody put it in our chat. Do y'all think, well, let's read it. Read it for us, Mistaken.
Hey, if the manosphere is asking for laws to change, safety nets to be stood up, paternity tests at birth, and protections from being jailed for unpaid child support, aren't they asking for government assistance for men?
I'm gonna let them take this first.
Who put that in the chat?
Two thumbs pointed at this guy. It just dawned on me. I was like, when I hear them, you know, they really focus their content to go viral, talking about Black women, talking about gender wars. But when you underneath it all, when the smoke clears, they start talking about Pookie, you know, being in arrears for child support, going to jail for child support. The laws need to change for marriage, and things aren't fair, and there's no safety nets for men. And I'm like, I want, for personally, as a content creator for myself, I want to start doing that research and figure out, because the story that they try to sell is that men, there's no resources for us if they didn't pay their rent. There's always going to be a safety net or something like that. But like I said, it dawned on me, and I was like, they're basically asking for lawyers and lawmakers to change these laws, to set up these safety nets, to set up these resources so that men can have kind of like a softer life. And I'm like, they're kind of like these guys who are, kind of anti-government, but they're asking for the government to stand things up or change things for themselves. It's kind of weird, in my opinion. I understand where they're coming from, but it's like, do they see the hypocrisy in what they're asking?
Woman, do you think that a man or a woman that can't afford to pay their child support should go to jail?
That's a good question. I'm going to lean on yes. I know it's going to hurt some hearts here. But see, here's the thing, HDTV, because I did some research on this too. The maspheric men or the red pill guys, they scream from the mountaintops, we need the laws to change. If you don't, you'll go to jail if you don't pay child support. That's only like 14% of the cases. This is not the majority. I know there's a lot of people who say we need to change these laws because we need to argue for the majority. Well, that's not the majority. That's 14%. There's not a lot of people who are on child support who are going to jail. You can just do the Google. It's like 14% roughly. But
so 14%, why don't we just get rid of it?
I think it might sound good, but like if we got rid of it, I would kick it back to you and say, what does that look like in terms of these men who may not want to be in their children's lives, and that money is helping the parent in some type of shape or form, or they are in the child's life, but they're just not able to really co-parent really well, and that they need that system or that order in place to kind of keep things moving. I would just ask you, how would it work hypothetically if you to do that?
Well, if you let a lot of people tell you the money doesn't really cover what it means to actually have the child. So a lot of brothers don't even when they qualify for child support, as far as to pay it, not paying enough that it's actually warranted to actually cover the expenses to actually take care of the child.
Okay.
So it's like, my main issue with the system is that it's like a blanket number. Like there should be a calculation of how much it costs to raise a kid based upon that area. It shouldn't be based upon how much money you make. It shouldn't be based upon this. It's like, if it takes this much money to raise a child, then that's the money that this guy needs to pay. He shouldn't pay like $1 million and pay a percentage based upon his income, because his lifestyle is different than the mother's. To me, that's just dumb.
Well, I don't know. I kind of push back on that. Is like, if you're Reese, you can't say, hey, let me go pay the same child support as the guy who's the UPS worker. Nobody. You have a lifestyle. They got accustomed to that lifestyle when you were married, or just you as a dad. It's not fair for you to be going to a palatial estate with your dad, and then you're going over to like the slums with your mom. That's not fair. There needs to be a little bit of a balance. In my opinion,
there's no balance, because if he has to pay child support based upon his income, simply a percentage, so he has to pay millions of dollars to take care of a kid. It don't take millions of dollars to take care of a kid. So I understand the argument, but it's not fair. This is what happens when you break up the home. It's not going to be fair. The child's going to be behind because the family's separated. It's not fair. There's nothing fair about when the family feuds. It's nothing.
I want to throw this out here too, HDTV. Sorry to interrupt, Marchan. I think one of the bigger problems that's not really being talked about, just my opinion, these people are not getting married. So that's why this is a huge topic for our community. I think, in my opinion, I think that if these people were married to the woman that if they stopped procreating with women they didn't want to live with for the rest of their life, or didn't want to intentionally date and intentionally spend their life with, if they married those women, they wouldn't be on child support. They would be raising a family under one roof. But now they're trying to raise it under two roofs, and they might not be able to afford it. So it's a lot. I think there's a lot of complications in this, because it's expensive to have a family. I don't have any kids, but I've heard it's extremely expensive. So the child support is, in my opinion, not going to be perfect in some of these cases, because the money's just not going to stretch the way, like you said, it's not going to be able to cover the things that it's supposed to cover, because the money 2 households is more expensive than 1.
I agree. 2 houses is definitely more expensive than one, but you're saying that the people aren't getting married. So if we say majority of people, it's like a 50-50 split. If you get married, you're getting divorced. And then the majority, we can argue about if it's 70, 80, 60, 55, whatever. They say majority of the cases that when a divorce is going to happen, the woman files first, right? That doesn't mean she's 100% at fault, but she's like, hey, I'm up out of there. If there's no benefit or no help or anything that you can get to support you as you continue to separate from that family, right? How many women would actually still file for divorce and be like, hey, I'll solely be responsible, because women file for custody first most times, right?
Mhm.
And then you got to understand that if you're volunteering yourself to take care of said kid, that means you should take the responsibility of said kid. Now, granted, I think joint custody would be a little bit better, but like you said, at the end of the day, once the relationship decides to dissolve in the way that it does, you're going to have a bunch of issues that aren't simple fixes
I
because
want
of this new situation.
I want to ask one quick question. Maybe we revisit later. Have you ever been married before?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Shan, sorry I interrupted you earlier.
Okay, so I wanted to answer the question. So I do believe that there are different types of situations in this, in that some don't cause, some should be looked at with a little bit of, you should be a little empathetic. For example, if a man is working all day and he's just not getting paid enough, he's productive, but his productivity just does not equal to the point where he can pay a lot. I think that guy should it looks a lot different from a person who just doesn't want to pay, right? He's given what he can. So those are two different types of people to me. And just like if you have a woman who is working all day and she can't make, she can't make the money that is needed to raise a kid, I think that he should have help just like she has help. That's my opinion. Okay. Now, as far as child support is concerned, you had children, both the woman and the man, and this is even if the kids live with the man, this is your responsibility to take care of your children. You understand? So it's nobody else's responsibility. It's your responsibility to make sure your kids are okay, and you should want to. Let me just tell you this. This is real talk. If I were to win the lottery tomorrow, I do not want my kid to live any different at her dad's house than she lives at my house. That's how I roll, because it's about my kid. It ain't got nothing to do with him. I just want to make sure she's in a safe neighborhood. Everything is good. And yeah, he indirectly benefits from that. But there's no animosity here. If I were to give to anybody, it's going to be for my kid, and I want my kid to live a decent life. Like, I do everything for my children. Once you have kids, they should be a priority in your life. It just gets to me that people don't care nothing about their kids. And I see that they don't care anything about their kids, because the kids come into my classroom and it looks like they don't care about their kids. It shows. People just like, that saying, F them kids. I think people really be doing it. Like, they really be like, F them kids. And it's sad. It truly is. Like, I just grew up where family was just, it's crazy. I don't even know why we're having this conversation. You should want to take care of your children. They're your kids.
Well, you're speaking, I think people who wanted to have their kids take care of them, I think is a lot of people who did not want to have kids to begin with, or they had the kid for the relationship, and then once the relationship ended, then the relationship with the children or the responsibility of wanting the children changed. Because what I do know and have seen firsthand, and actually I've heard men say this as well, is that when the relationship, and HD, you just kind of spoke to this a little bit, but you don't even really know that you did, or maybe you do, that when the relationship ends, how well the father is involved, or how much the father is involved with his children, is based on his relationship with the mother. So if he is angry at the mother for, let's say she filed a divorce or something like that, and he didn't, then in a sense, he's divorcing the kids too, because he no longer wants to be around, maybe as a punishment towards her, or just like, if she leave me, she gonna have to do it on her own, like kind of mindset. So I definitely think like it has to be a percentage of your income. When you are budgeting, you budget based on percentages, right? You have a certain amount of your money that's allocated towards groceries, certain amount that goes to the kids, a certain amount that goes to, whatever your maintenance is, right? So if a certain amount, that percentage is about the kids, then it only makes sense that the father also uses this, whatever his salary is, to pay that same percentage towards his children.
Can you put that quote up for me one more time? I'm sure I could look in the chat, but can you put it up for me one more time? Okay, so thank you. So we're talking about the men asking the government to kind of step in and make some adjustments to this shit. And this entire conversation is literally about how it's unfair, but the kids need X, Y, and Z. And I'm not an opponent to child support, but I think Texas right now probably has it the closest to probably the way I see it. It is a percentage up to a maximum. Ask Elon Musk, he's enjoying it. However, part of the problem for us men is, what is that lady at? Like, if you're not the primary custodial parent and the woman has the kids, where is that money going? How is that money being spent? You can't tell me how to spend this money. This is for our kids. So if I gotta pay the light bill, if I want to get my nails done, it ain't none of your business. That's the problem that I have, right? So why can't there be, like, the government step in and say, all right, this is called the child fund, whatever. Every time you scan this card, because the child support goes directly to the card. So every time you scan this card, it's only can be used for X, Y, and Z, or it's monitored. And let's just say you got a $300 light bill, and you use that card to pay a $300 light bill. Nah, bitch, that's $150. You got to pay that shit too, and it's even less than that. It's actually like $100, because $100 for the child, right?
Well,
You
depends
see,
on how.
you
So let me
see,
just.
but you see what I'm saying? Like, we're at a point to where men are being abused. Not every man, because the average is $431 or something like that. So it's not like everybody's paying an obscene fee. But if that is 2/3 of his check, the brother's hurting. He
So
can't even live. He's living to pay child support. So is that fair? You see what I'm saying? But again, I like the way Texas does it. I really do. It's a percentage up to a maximum, and it goes back to kind of what HD was saying. So it takes X amount of dollars to actually raise a kid, and they're not going to go above that maximum. Thanks for shedding some light on that, Elon. We appreciate it.
It all depends on where you live, though, too. That's the thing as well. So I would think if you care about your kid, you do want them to live in a safe area, you know what I'm saying, that has good, public schools or what have you. So like you said, you pointed out the fact that the average amount of child support being paid is about $400, right? Where you gonna find a spot for $400? So that's the part that I think I get frustrated with like you were saying, AP, with men thinking that the women are running around, I'll get my nails done, get my bag. Like, where what bag you getting? I mean, if you get a mani pedi, a mani-pedi now costs $100, right? So your rent is not going to be $400. So if I go get my nails done, that leave me $300 to pay rent. You know what I'm saying? So I think what it is that, and this is just my opinion, is it has a lot to do with control. I think a lot of times what it's about is men are upset that they are still having to be responsible, because in their mind, they feel like they're giving this money to the mother that they're no longer with. So they, in their mind, how am I tricking on her and I'm not even with her? And she's using my money to go get her nails done, get her hair done, da-da-da-da. And that's not the case, right? Because whatever she's putting out, I can guarantee that she's spending more on that child than what you're actually paying in child support.
And I think that we have to be careful, like, because most people are not making that money to be spending all of this. We always look at the exception, right? Most people are not Tyrese. Most people are not these millionaire billionaires. If we're talking about them, okay, you may have an argument, right? But we're talking about everyday people who are living paycheck to paycheck. And if you live in Atlanta, rent right now is like what, going for $2,500, and you paying $400 of that, and you got kids. Like, my son alone can eat $400 worth of groceries. I hate when he comes home, like, little boy, sir, by himself. The house looks a whole lot different when my son is not here. I'm talking about he'll leave a light on, like that water be running for days. Like, why are you in the shower that long? I'll go upstairs, he in the bed. Like, you just left the water running? Like, nobody, we don't have to pay for that? Like, I'm waiting for it to get hot. Sir, it's hot. It is hot.
And I don't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Sharon.
And then if you have a kid like mine who are in extracurricular activities, my kids don't just stay home after school. That's another reason why I'm so tired. My kids are very active individuals. We're going to games. When my son was young, we went to football games, basketball games. He was in lacrosse. He did so many activities. My daughter, she's a competition cheer. That shit is $2,500. We're going to practice every day, soccer, like ballet. That stuff costs. It's not cheap. But fortunately, I have, people who, especially now, who understand that there's no issue with that. But I'm not understanding how it's just not adding up. Again, this is not talking about the exceptional man, the man who's making boo-hoo money and the girl's trying to get with him because they're trying to get a check from child support. No. I'm talking about the everyday people who are raising children on an average income, doing average things. That's what I'm talking about.
So I just want to run a question by the panel so we can actually kind of establish a couple things. And what do you guys think that the men don't want their kids on the whole? And I'm talking majority. Do you think that they don't want their kid?
I think that, no, so we're not going to say the majority, because we know majority of people, men, are doing what they have to do for their children. I'm not going to say that. I do think that there are a select group of men who, the reason why they have a problem with paying that fee, because they have no clue how much it costs to raise a kid, because they never had them. Okay. It's like a nanny, like, okay, she got the kid, I'll see them every other weekend, and they have no clue to what it really, and even when you go every other weekend, it's at grandma's house, so that's just a different person. We're not talking about the man who's very, very, very involved. So those guys, yeah, it kind of shows, because men who are involved with their kids, they show up, right?
Okay, then that leads me to my next question. If that is true, why are women having sex and choosing to have babies with half a fucking man?
So that is, you know what? This is the thing. Let me just tell you this, AD. Women, and I've mentioned this before. Women, that their heart until a woman put their heart to the side, their heart's gonna get you in trouble, right? once you got a woman's heart, she's just dumb. Her senses just go out the door. Everybody see it except for her, right? She feel like, no, he can change. He's changed. She sees a change, man. Then we just had it. What was the woman who went to the house where the guy killed all these people and then he ended up murdering her? Did y'all see that? Did y'all see the visit in? Okay, never mind. I don't want to get to that. Anyway, women have this thing to know a woman who is just not out there. When you get into a woman's heart, we know that a woman would go above and beyond for you, right? These women lose their freaking minds when their hearts are involved. They really do. They're not thinking, oh, he's got 3 kids by somebody else. You don't think you're going to be the 4th baby mama? Like, let's look at this. You think that he won't do the same thing to you, and he's been with 3 other people and he did that to them, right? I don't know. Not every woman is bright. They're not all that bright. I mean, some great intellectual, but we're assuming that everybody is the brightest, star in the sky, and that ain't the truth.
Yeah, just to add to that, AP, I think one of the things there was a few things I wanted to say. I think that one, we're talking about a specific demographic of people that, for one reason, I hate to bang on this again, Black men don't really get married. So if a woman wants to have multiple kids, I'm not surprised when she might have that second kid with another guy, because that first guy probably didn't marry her. 75% of Black kids are born out of wedlock. So I understand, but I understand what you're saying. Some of them are, to your point, verbatim, having children with with a guy where it was not necessarily a stable relationship. That guy was not committed. We're also talking about, in some cases, situations where there are 2 sexually irresponsible people. And that's where I was kind of pushing back a little bit on the child support thing, where it's like the guy that you described didn't sound like he could afford to be a father, specifically alone. Because, under marriage, it helps to build wealth, because you're doing things under one roof versus having 2 different house notes. But like I said, we're talking about a specific subset of people who are not necessarily sexually responsible from both ends. There are a lot of guys, we can admit to this. We don't necessarily live this experience, but there's a lot of guys, when the opportunity permits, they don't see a future with that woman. But if there's an opportunity to have unprotected sex with them, they're taking that penitentiary chance. And that's extremely irresponsible. And a lot of those guys are the same dudes crying about child support when they could have prevented it.
I was going to say that I think that most men do want their kids. But I also think that most men don't want the full-time responsibility of having their kids. And that's a big difference. I think it's a lot easier writing a check each month and then having weekend time. Like, you can be a great parent for 2 days out of the week. And a lot of times that is what happens, right? Just from what I've seen, and just kind of based on the stats, a lot of times, like, you hear men complain about saying they automatically get custody, but no, a lot of men, they say, don't even ask for custody when and the ones that do is a high percentage of those that actually get at least.
Is she breaking up just for me, or is she mistaken? You're breaking up. Can you go out and come back in, and we'll let you go back? Yeah. Sorry about that, y'all. But go again. Yeah.
To AP's point, I just want to. I mean to say this. I kind of understand what you're saying about, like, the plight of the guy who's paying child support. He never married the woman. He doesn't know where this money's going. If he got married to the woman, maybe he would have at least got to see from a period of time while they were married, in the event that they got divorced. But maybe to reach across the aisle, maybe there should be a little bit of financial transparency. You can't, like, itemize it and say, hey, she ended up saving, going under her budget, give me that back. But if you want to know where it went to a certain high level degree, sure. I mean, and I think that's where the child support, they're trying to move it to. They're trying to do stuff in the cloud. They're trying to do stuff through apps. They're trying to be able to try to provide some type of transparency. But listen, it all comes with sexual responsibility. Stop having unprotected sex with women that you don't see a future with, and then you can have more control of your life. Any one of us guys, if we were sexually irresponsible, we could be in that situation with, I've never even lived with this woman. Now I'm paying child support. I don't know where that money's going to. I want to be sexually responsible so I don't have to put myself in that position.
Mistaken, go ahead, because you were saying something I didn't want
you. Am I still breaking up?
No.
Okay. So what I was saying is, just based on what the research says, is that a lot of times, a lot of these cases are agreed upon prior to it even really going to court. And the men agreed to allow the woman to have full custody, right? Or to be the custodial parent. So for me, my thing is, if all of these men who said that they want their children, right, then why aren't they initiating a process during like mitigation that they want, 50-50 custody or whatever the arrangement is, or they, want full-time custody? That doesn't happen. So that's why I say I do think men want their kids and want to be involved with their children, but they don't want the full-time responsibility of raising the children.
And can I say this, going back to your question? That's a good point, Mistaken. Going back to your question, AP, most people, we know that there's a what's the word? What a profile of people who keep having children. And they don't have the money to take care of the kids, right? And they say that they have the most kids. So, and that has been throughout history, right? The people who can't afford it usually have the most for whatever reason. And so it would really take a moment to just sit down and have a conversation with these people and say, like, what is the thought part? Like, what's the thought? Like, what are you thinking? What's going on? I remember I ran into one girl, and she was talking about, and this was a young girl. This is a girl who's high school, like just leaving high school age. And she was pretty much saying that she had an abortion. And when she went there, they couldn't even, she I guess when you have an abortion, you have to go do a checkup. She was going to get a checkup. Don't even find out she was pregnant again. That's a mentality. Like, it's something more than just. I know we can fix it. It's deeper than this conversation.
Yeah, it's just the idea and the perspective of pleasure over purpose. Like, I tell anybody, I said, listen, you having sex, whether it's protected or not, a child could be for you. And we often are talking about how problematic relationships are, or child support or marriage or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's cheaper if you guys do it together. So it's just like, whether you live together and you're not married, or you live together and you are married, you have a greater chance of pooling your money and pulling your resources and sharing the responsibility if y'all will do it together under the same roof. But we have so many issues. We got perspective issues. We got reality issues. So it's like, it's pretty hard to try to tell people who think they can do whatever they want. And then when the reality sets in, I got this child, I got full custody, which she agreed to. And now she's like, well, shoot, he's not doing his part. I said, well, it's pretty hard to do your part across the way, because, I can only speculate because I don't have kids. But what I would say for myself and for other men, I think when the kid is like the younger stages, like we sometimes want to be far away from that. But as they get older,
the honesty here,
once they hit like 7, 8, 9,
when it's
you're like,
easier.
you can form a thought, you can follow directions, and you can be like, all right, sit there, and you will sit there. Now we're cooking with gas, because the patience to deal with toddlers and stuff like that, and I gotta be physically restraining myself not to go upside your head when you're a toddler, because I know you don't know no better, but that don't make me feel no better that you don't know no better. So now I'm conflicted in myself. I said, you know what? She's a lot more tempered in this space, so I'm gonna let her go be great. Which, in actuality, that's how it was. Like they used to like have the child. The women used to have the child until 3 years old. Then they start weaning him off, and then this and the third. There's a reason for that. Because if it was left up to men, that baby would have died. Not because he couldn't take care of that child. He would have killed that child because you just cried too goddamn much. So I just think that subconsciously, younger children for men is just annoying to us. And we don't, I would say and argue that we probably don't want to deal with that age range. We want them when they're older. That way, if I hit him, he's not gonna die. If we got to tussle, I got to talk to him. It's like there's so much that I can do with a child that can at least say yes, no, not up and down. He can walk up, he can use the bathroom. Like there's so much that I can do with that. And I feel so much better doing what I want to do with this child when he's kind of like okay. So that's what I think. I just think that I don't think you're 100% wrong, mistaken. We do have an issue with custody of children when they're really young. But once they get older, giving them kids, I'll be the fun dad. You could go with your mom on the weekends, and then we just do it like that.
Yeah, like one thing to say too, I think to Ms. Taken's point is like a lot of these content creators will throw out stats and they'll try to speak from the woe is me point of view from the father. I'm not trying to make light of that, but I'm saying when you look at the stats, men who fight for custody win some type of custody 60% of the time. But they want to fight for these like marginalized groups and say, oh, there's a third of men who don't have children. A lot of those men don't want to have children. You can't just say there's a third of men who don't procreate and oh my God, they're getting shut out. Nobody's going to let them have a child. Come on, man. So again, with the child support thing, bring it back to that. They want to look at it and say, every man is just getting run roughshod over. And there's so much more nuance. And that's the problem with using statistics is one is a snapshot. That snapshot was back in the past. It's not moving forward. It's not a dynamic snapshot. Two, it's not bringing in the nuance. So again, with I go off, I'm very tangential, sorry, y'all. But people like to say women are leaving marriages 80%, 60, 80% of the time. You don't have the details as to why they left. You are speculating. So same with the child support stuff. Y'all, a lot of y'all are speculating on what the situation actually was. And you're trying to lift these men up. Oh, they were a perfect dad. They're being shut out. I'm not saying there aren't cases that the guys there's a cruel and unusual situation being treated to those men, but let's be honest. We got to be honest up here. There's a lot of these guys are not stepping up and really trying to contest that custody.
But
Okay,
but brother,
so
you just use statistics to prove the fact that hey, guys ain't really paying that much in child support. So you talk about people using statistics to prove their point, just like you use statistics to prove your point. So I don't think the statistics is the issue. The issue is like, okay, what do we do with this information? That's the question. You have this low amount of child support being paid. You can be like, okay, well, why is that? Okay, then you say, well, they don't make enough money. Well, why they don't make enough money? You did not want to, this, that, and the third. Like, I think that if we would approach the conversations and we use the facts to start deep diving and like kind of mining things through, you might get to a better result. But most of the times, there's a saying, numbers never lie. But I like to add to this, numbers never lie, but they never tell the full story. Because the person who looks at the statistics, you have to type in a specific question to get the information that you're looking for. So if you're already biased in what you're looking for, your statistics are going to reflect. So that's why I say oftentimes, like, it's not the information that's the problem. It's the people looking at the information and dissecting the information that's the problem.
I agree with you, and I will just add quickly. it's statistics are nice. They'll help you understand some facts. But the problem I'm trying to convey is people are taking this one stat and they're trying to make a whole movie out of it. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You only had one piece. You had one scene. You can't make a whole Tubi movie off of this.
Well, yes, you can. That's why you got a Tubi budget.
Yeah. Listen.
So just
go ahead.
So there's a whole bunch of context missing from this conversation, and it's not that women apply for the rights of the child first. That's typically not how it works. Most of the time, a father will leave the home because you're not gonna. Most dads, and I'm not talking about that subset of guys that we were just talking about that don't give a damn. Most dads will leave the home to give the woman the peace and to ensure that the child has a roof over its head, because we can't really forcibly well, we could, but we really don't forcibly remove the woman. Then somewhere in the process, heaven forbid she has to get WIC or some type of state aid. Now the state is going to come after the father for child support, and that happens. I'd have to look it up, but I'd say that happens at least 30 to 35% of the time. It's the state that actually initiates the child support proceedings. Then when you go into the child support proceeding, it's not about you trying to get custody of your kid. That's not why you are there, and the state is not going to be there to litigate that for you. They're going to say, hey, you make X amount. First they're going to ask you, is the baby with mom or the dad? Once it's confirmed it's with the mom, you make X amount, the state requires you to pay X amount. Now the father has to retroactively go back and then try to get some type of custody or visitation. And that in itself is a very expensive and long process, depending on how the mother wants to proceed in very many cases. Then once they get visitation, then before you can even start to talk about getting more rights to your kid, you have to show, as a man, you have to show consistency, and then you have to take them back to court, which is another petition filing. Like it becomes a very long and hard road for a man that's already probably not making a ton of money. And aside from that, he's making a lot less money now that the child support people have decided to put their hands in your pocket. I personally think that this is just my opinion. I'm not pulling up any stats or I'm not Googling it, but I think a lot of it is keeps a lot of people in jobs.
It keeps a lot of people in what? I'm sorry.
You
said jobs.
In jobs.
Mm-hmm.
From states to lawyers, you can family practitioners. I mean, it's a whole business.
Well, I know you said you weren't looking up stats or whatever, but I remember reading before that if the mother, like you said, are like receiving any kind of welfare or anything like that, TANF, I think that's what they call it, that almost 100% of that child support goes directly to the state anyway. Like they said, sometimes, or a certain percentage of it, like they end up keeping most of it because that parent is technically already being taken care of through the state.
You're paying the state back.
Right. So you're paying the state back. So they don't even get that money really. But if the parent is not, let's say, receiving any funds from the state, that the state still takes a small percentage, but the custodial parent get most of that child support.
It's an administrative fee.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, it's a bit, because the paperwork there, the people have to have, it's things behind it. I'm pretty sure it's not a big, when I saw it wasn't like a crazy fee. It was like
$25 a year or something like that from what I heard before. Yeah.
I wanted to ask AP, what is your solution? I know HDTV brought up a solution. I don't know if I have one besides the marriage. But what do you think is the solution? Because it sounds, just thinking about it, it just doesn't seem like the out of wedlock child family creation is going to lead to financial success.
That's a very interesting question. And if I honestly had a real answer to it, I would have already submitted it to my state legislature, because it's a real problem. The entire system itself is broken, and people are broken. There's entirely, like, why are we having out of wedlock sex? Like, do we really enjoy sex? I mean, never mind. I ain't gonna ask that question. Like, do we really enjoy it that much to where we busting them down? Yeah, we are. But I don't. I honestly, man, I really don't have a solution. I have a common ground answer, and I think that that's the best we can hope for, and that's to have the money go straight to a card, so everybody knows where the money is being spent. And I think that's a lot of men's gripes is, yo, I'm gonna use my friend as an example if I can. He was making pretty good money. So I mean, he's a that mid six figure guy, but he's paying $1,700 a month for one kid, and it was her buying a new house, her upgrading her car, like these things that we see, and it's like, yo, I'm still living in this fucking 1-bedroom apartment, and I'm the one making the money. So
you said she upgraded her car.
So the female I'm talking about specifically, she basically went from a Hyundai to a Benz.
Job?
Her job didn't change. Matter of fact, she ain't no baller like that.
Is that if, let's say she was getting $1,700 a month towards child support, right? Then my thing is, if she ends up getting a car or she gets something else, that does not mean that it was that money that did that. What I'm saying is, if I got $1,700 and part of that money is going to pay part of the rent, right? Help with the groceries, right? The basic necessities, right? If the child is doing extracurricular activities, like Shan said, using that money actually helps freeze up the money that I've been working for. So if I'm putting my money away and using the child support to pay for those basic necessities that I need, yes, that frees me up to not have to use more of my money towards those expenses.
But he's saying that her job doesn't even, she can't afford that car on her job. The job that she has, she can't afford that car naturally.
Okay.
So she used it as an upgrade.
Okay.
To her lifestyle. But what I will say, because he fought for like 2 years and ended up paying a little over $34K in legal fees, and they ended up with what is it? He had her for half the year, and his ex-girlfriend had her for half the year. I don't know what kind of custody that's called, but he had to fight to get that. And either men will either not have the money or not really have the time, because that requires time. It was that one. I don't know if that was a special case, but like
state,
nobody's
state too. It depends on the state. In Georgia, they love giving the kids to daddies.
That could be true. I can't argue it. I don't know the stat on it, but yeah, he had to fight, and it was rough. And I think that not enough people speak up for those men. So to answer MT's question, I wish I had a solution, because back then I didn't have one. I don't have one now, but it's more about maybe we can. Well, the solution is to not put your seed in a woman until she got your last name. That's the actual solution. If I'm gonna keep it a stack. But outside of that, I think a lot of the complaining is, man, where that money going? And there are scenarios like hers and his that this is like, shit, I'm upgrading my lifestyle based off of your money, and that's not what that money is for.
And just to hear
Let
that,
me,
here, go ahead.
and let me just say this, because I have children, but let me just tell y'all, I needed to give a class, because that is a strategy I learned very early on. I call it, this is inappropriate, jiggling their balls, right? I call it that all the time. And so what my strategy used to be was, hey, the best dad on earth, daycare, because I know that men like to see where their kid where their money is going. Why don't you handle this $200 a week daycare? Go ahead, bro. You don't even have to call me. You just call them and you make that payment. When I have practice, she wants to be a cheerleader. I'm going to give you the number. Go ahead and call. She wants to swim. Go ahead and call. That's how I get stuff done. I know they don't want to give me the money. That's fine. Give it to the institution. I'm okay with that. You can know where your money is going.
I saw somebody.
Very well.
I saw somebody on IG, some guy that was talking about that very thing that men always complain about, not knowing where the money go. Oh, they should get a card. And so that way, whenever they swipe, they see where the money going. He said they already have that. He said, just give them your debit card. And then they can see.
Imagine you giving a woman your debit card. You can see all the transactions.
Exactly.
Right again. Fuck. That would be nice.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Just one point I want to touch on. One point I want to touch on real fast. HD, bro, we're not trying to punch 3-year-old kids.
I was so concerned when you were talking.
That was wild. I'm like, no, those first 3 years are meant for the nurturing. And since we can't actually produce milk, like let's just say society collapse. Like it has to. You need the female. She is a requirement, and I would argue that a lot of it probably stems back to something like that. Like I love what happened in the movie Boys in the Hood, and I recognize it's just a movie, right? But she kept Trey all the way up until he was what, 10, 11? Then the father took over. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. That's I think a reasonable solution. And if you do something like that, I would argue that both sides need to pay child support.
I disagree.
That's my point.
Let me tell you the strategy that really will work with me. People, even men, have bonds with babies, right? If you bring a man in a child's life as a baby, I don't care if it's a stepdad or whatever, they grow a bond to that child. When you take that parent out of that kid's life, when they're a baby, that bond is gone. It is so important for that man to be bonded to that baby. Look, I don't live far from, before the one moved out of town, he had Jamal as much as I had Jamal. We'd be like, okay, because we were both right around the corner from each other. The distance wasn't far. He got him as a baby. He did everything. And that bond is there, right? He could do it. That's a smart dude. Yeah, it's hard for a man. It's not as natural, but guess what? He did it, right? I knew he wasn't going to hurt his kid. I knew he wasn't going to do anything. And yeah, I hurt as a mom, because as a parent, you're like, you don't want to be far from your kid. And I was around the corner. Matter of fact, I used to do drive-bys. That's just helped me be a little bit better. Not because of women, just to make sure my kid is safe. And I have a policy. When my kid is somewhere, I call you twice a day. One in the morning to make sure my kid is safely waking up, and that night my kid going to bed. If you can deal with me twice a day on the phone call, we're good to go, right? That's my only thing. But you cannot take that bonding experience from men, especially when that kid is a baby. I don't care how hard it is for him, because men do grow an attachment to babies. That little girl is going to always be his little girl. On graduation day, he's going to look back at that baby from when she was in all the hard work he put to nurture her and to make it happen. He's going to appreciate that, even if it was hard as hell. He appreciates that, right? So you can't do that. Women go wrong when they take the kid away from the dad. They really do, in my opinion. Unless he's a dad and you just don't, it's a wild card and you don't trust him like that. That's the only way. But if you trust him and you know he's not going to do anything, let that man have his kid, even if it's not overnight, a great part of the day. He has to bond with that child. He has to.
One thing I want to add, AP and HD, is like we as men need to kind of like, I don't want to say scare straight. I don't want it to just be that, but we need to kind of try to influence these men, whether they're our children or not, to date with intention, to be sexually responsible. I get it. At the younger ages, it's gonna be hard, easier said than done. But I'm just saying, like for me, I'll just say it's just a little bit of story time. Growing up, when I was a teenager, my dad told me, I'm gonna try to paraphrase, but he was like, don't have a kid too early in your life. It'll ruin your life. He didn't tell me about child support. He didn't tell me about that court. He didn't tell me the story that AP just told us. He didn't tell me about going to jail if you don't pay your child support. I took that message and I realized I will not have control of my life. I will lose control of my life the way I know it to be if I have a kid before I get to start my life, my career, and all that kind of stuff. And that's, I think, and within our culture, specifically Black men, it's not said enough. The culture is promoting sexual irresponsibility. It's not promoting, hey, you know what? You are 18, 24. You don't have your life together. Why the hell are you having unprotected sex? Why? Just to get the feeling of it? Why are you finishing in a woman? Why are you doing that? Just to get the feeling of it? That 5, 30, 40 minute hour of pleasure, you're going to trade out all that for 40 years? That the math ain't mathing for me. And I just can't see, I cannot not see that. But so a lot of people can look past that and just say, it feels great in the moment. And I'll finesse it on the back end. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not. So I think we need to kind of corral these young men and just try to change the narrative. Stop this sow your wild oats culture. Stop this sexual irresponsibility culture. We need to kind of tell these men what the outcomes are going to be. The problem I'm seeing from this conversation is a lot of us are starting this process of family creation through the courts, not through a marriage where it should have been, or through a monogamous relationship where these people are having this kid with intention. There are cases like maybe your friend that, don't apply to that, but the majority of them, there were no intentions of marriage. This was just pleasure, as HDTV was talking about, and now we're going through the courts that are meant to screw you over in the first place.
No, and it's funny because I don't necessarily disagree with you. I really don't, because I'm a proponent of hold on to your seed until she has your last name. That is what I preach. That's what I stand on, and I, for the most part, hold men wholly responsible for most of the chaos that's happening. Now, what I won't do is remove the culpability of women in this conversation, because what Shan had with her ex or her kid's dad is a beautiful thing. That was beautiful. That's beautiful. But most relationships don't break up like that. Most relationships typically end ugly, especially if a child is involved and somebody is looking for revenge, whether it's the dad or the mom. Somebody's looking for their get back, whatever that looks like. And if a mom has the kid, my get back is I'm gonna strike you where it hurts, because they know, most of those women know that baby is his heart. Well, Shan was already talking about the bond. If I can strip that from you, I'm gonna make you feel what I feel, and vice versa. Or if hey, you know what? You take care of that little mother by yourself, and I'm out. And again, I just think that I'm not going to remove the culpability from women on the other side, but I think men ultimately bear the responsibility of taking care of the kid. Furthermore, where their seed goes, we have 100% control on that. I don't care what nobody, I won't argue with a soul. You get to pick where you put your seed. Now, you might want find Monique over there and she don't want you, and you have to settle for regular Pam, but you still get to choose if you're gonna drop your seed in there. That's your choice as a man. That is your choice.
And
Your choice. And when it's gone, when you plant your seed in somebody else's garden, whatever grows is whatever happens is like that was your fault. At the end of the day, that was your fault. But now we're past that, right? This is the conversation that we're having right now. Is we're past the seed that has already been planted. How do we find a way to fix it? I mean, shotguns back in the day worked just fine, in my opinion, but that's a different conversation. I digress. I'm sorry, mistaken. All yours.
I think that you should be forced to get married in a discussion. Mistaken has something to say. Let me just say this real fast. Now that you go, Mistaken, we're gonna go to the next topic. I think my reasoning behind the way I move is, if I am to have my child go with this person, I want this person to be emotionally ready to take care of my kid. Any drama I cause this person will only trickle down to my kid, right? So I'm gonna be the most happy, uplifting, I'm gonna pump you up, look at the super dad, because it makes you feel good. And I want you to feel good when you have my kid, when you have our kid with you, right? So when y'all going back and forth, it's just animosity for no reason. At this point, let bygones be bygones. We have this situation. We have to co-parent together. It's more like a business relationship at this point. Make the best out of it, because at the end of the day, you're teammates, and the goal is to raise a productive child, a law-abiding, good citizen who is abundant in life, who's happy, and blessed. So you got to do that by being great parents. It ain't about you no more. It's about the kid. It really is. But go ahead, Mistaken.
No, I it's kind of speaking to what MT and what AP was saying in terms of reinforcing the what we call de-discipline with boys or what have you. But what I was gonna say is a lot of times we hear in these spaces that it's the accountability falls on a woman, right? I can appreciate AP saying that he feels like the 100% of responsibility fall on a man because he can control where his seed go. But I guess to the other side of that, a woman also can control where the seed is being planted, right? So that's why I've always said it's 50-50. There is no way around that being 50-50 because everybody has 100% control over planting seeds and allowing seeds to be planted, right? But with men, I know they have more de-disciplined in what they say they do, because they'll go and they'll, what they call them, the mess with a girl that they can't bring outside with, right? But that's the girl that don't ever get pregnant, right? She somehow, the girl that they don't want nobody else knowing that they ever messed with, a Precious don't get pregnant.
It was nothing.
Well, just a little pushback, Mistaken.
So
that
what
might
I'm saying is right there, that is the discipline right there, because you're ensuring that your seed doesn't go where you don't want it.
Well, just a little bit of pushback, Mistaken. How do we know that woman was not getting a shmushmortion? How do we know that they?
Oh, to delete a deletion. Yeah, they got dolls now.
How we don't know that, but I can guarantee you, if Precious is smashing, she keeping. Mm-hmm. Precious ain't trying to get rid of it.
Precious be mommy mode.
She's gonna keep it. Because Precious want the dude. So Precious keeping it. So that's how
you'd be the best mamas too, that you could just lay on them rolls and just.
But yeah, like I said, I think it goes back to education, because it's like there will be a lot of people who will say it just doesn't feel the same way without a condom. Well, it's going to feel the same way to me. Hey, we can just go get a Plan B pill. We can do this. We can, there's so many different things. And like I said, that's the kind of education that once I have kids, son or daughter, I'm just going to be, try to instill in them to like prepare them for that. You should not feel insecure if someone presses you with one of those statements to make you feel like, well, I gotta play into this. This is an opportunity I gotta be a part of. No, you don't. Don't throw your future away for someone that you might not even really know their last name. You haven't met their family possibly, and you could be changing your entire life for this moment of pleasure. It's not worth it. And I'm 42, no kids. I waited way too long, but
32 is not bad.
42.
Oh, 40. Oh.
Yeah, 42, 43 this year. Yeah.
You got time, player.
I don't care. Take your time. It's better than not having kids at all. Having kids in drama.
Now don't be that granddaddy dad. That's the the ones that the people be talking about. Like y'all remember y'all was growing up and y'all had them friends who had grandparents that was mom and dad, and you was like,
I'm gonna be an old dad no matter what. Like my friend tells me all the time. He's like, Chris, because my name's Chris. He's like, by the time your kid graduates from high school, she'll be 18. At 18 to 42, I'm 60. So no matter what, I'm gonna be an old dad no matter what. So like my goal is 45. I would like to be remarried and start a family, but I want to do that intentionally. I don't want to just shotgun it. Because I don't want to be like Lawrence at the shindig,
because you really want children. Oh,
yeah,
I get that.
Yeah, I'm scared to have a daughter because I feel like that little girl is gonna run over me, and I'm gonna need some help.
In the
I'm just gonna be like, bruh. So I would like to have a son first, so that if I do have a daughter, he can protect her. But also, I played at a funeral some time ago, and there was this little girl just walking on the side in front of me. And I was like, oh my gosh, she's just so cute. And she just kept going back and forth. She would just smile, just keep going back and forth. Then somebody picked her up. And then she looked at me and she was like, bye. And then left. And I was just like, why would you do this to me, man? Like, it's just,
they are the cutest little things. I tell you, they're like little personal assistants. If you forget something, they're there to pick it up. They're like, oh, you came to get rice and you said you wanted to get some. I mean, they're like the best things ever. They really are, little girls. Oh my God, boys don't even listen to you.
Honestly, hot take, I'd rather have a daughter than a son with the way that they're indoctrinating men of all ages, specifically the young boys. That's a fight I don't think I want to fight. Like the girls, they are shooting, they're shooting for the moon, they're getting educated, versus these boys are just, and they're getting indoctrinated by Andrew Tate and they're 6 years old. I don't want that.
Yeah, but that's the problem that I have.
Wrap it on up. We go to next. We got 2 more topics, and But go ahead.
I just want to speak anecdotally, real quick. HD, bro. First, a little girl, she gives you so much life when she's younger. Like I keep in mind I have a boy and a girl, and my son is older than the. Like it, she gives you so much life and so much energy, bro. I don't even know how to explain it. And then when she gets older, and the fact that you were an active participant in her life, like nothing got by you because she won't let anything get by you. She bring home a boy when she turns 17, like, yo, you got to meet my dad. If you don't want to meet my dad, then you can't take me to Chick-fil-A. And that's the way my house is run. And you say so mentally sharp when your daughter's not at home, because when they get older, they start spending more nights away and stuff like that. Hey, baby girl, you good? Okay, cool. You might not sleep.
You sure won't sleep.
But I can't explain it. And in regards to the son, real quick, MT, bro, just like I said with your daughter, with your son, you are an active participant in their life. So all of that indoctrination that's coming from the outside, if you've done it right, they're going to come to you with the question. And my son is in college, and he literally will say, "Hey, Dad, I just saw this. What does this mean?" Because I didn't teach it to him. And then when I slow it down and I explain it, it's like, "Oh no, that's stupid." Like that is your job as a dad when they're growing up, to make sure that you're there to guide them all the way. And then whenever they come, whenever they're out of college, let them, whatever happens happens.
Yeah, and I
But
would love. I
I just
It
want to
don't
throw that out
stop.
there.
I
It don't
appreciate that.
stop. Because if you're a parent, you're a parent for life. Because I even still go to my mom now for advice and ask questions. So if your kids value how you raise them and trust the stuff that you tell them to be true, and they know that you will always have their best interests at heart, it never stops.
All right, you guys, let's go on to the next topic.
Nothing against the plain Jane female. Anybody like the females who get their makeup done, a female who doesn't really get their hair done often. The plain Jane female.
Okay, so she's talking about women who wear their hair like this.
Why is it so hard for us pretty girls? Why is it so hard for us pretty girls?
Okay, so let me get this straight. The plain Jane women are the women who don't need makeup, who don't need to wear fake eyelashes, who don't need to wear wigs. They're not pretty, but the women who have to wear all this stuff to look pretty are pretty.
Seem like all the guys, the good guys, always like cuff the plain Jane females.
No, we actually want a natural human woman. Y'all are running around looking like whole Bratz dolls. And to the women who say, why are you all in women's business? Well, remember, this woman is wondering why men don't want her. Because there's an embedded mental illness in wanting to walk around looking like a Bratz doll. You can't tell me this is not the look that she's trying to accomplish.
It's not about plain Jane women. It's about real, authentic women. You're not going to feel like a baddie. You're not going to look like a baddie, but you will attract a man that actually wants to be with you, wants to love you. Why? Because you now are showing for the first time ever, probably since you was 9 or 12, that you love yourself because you're walking out the door looking like yourself.
Thank you, let go.
I mean, listen, oftentimes women will say, you like women with makeup because you picked the woman with makeup, right? It's not that we like the women with makeup. It's just that we like what you like, which is the least amount of imperfections, which is why you put on the makeup. You're trying to smooth out your issues, your imperfections, right? So if you didn't need makeup, or if you didn't have makeup on and your skin looked clear, guys would like that. And women will actively do things that they know will attract men. They know you wear the lipstick, you wear the hair extensions, you wear this color, this eyeshadow. You know, these little things help draw men's attention. But at the end of the day, I think it's a double-edged sword, because at the end of the day, the more you condition your brain to think that this is your best way that you can look, right? You'll never really appreciate the way that you look without all of that. So every time you go to the wedding, you got to have a beat up face, which is a weird way of saying, I got makeup on, but I digress. And then as you get older, you need even more makeup, because the years of clogging your pores and putting that crap on your face is going to have an inverse effect on the way that your skin looks. So then you're going to add even more, because you're already going to feel issues as far as like, as you get older, you want to look younger, especially for women, because their beauty is currency. So it's just like, it's a never ending cycle of like damage to women the more they try to present themselves as something that's not actually real, which is why when guys see women that are natural beauties, we don't know what it takes for you to be a natural beauty, because I used to be married to a black woman. The amount of work it takes to deal with natural hair, it's a lot. You got all this extra stuff, and you got to wash it and then twist, blowouts. And it's a lot. So I got no issue when a woman says that she want to be a natural or she don't want to be natural, because I know what it costs, I know what it takes, and I see what's going on. But that doesn't mean that we don't appreciate all that you are. Matter of fact, we appreciate it so much we want you to stop wearing makeup. But women don't care. They say they do this for ourselves, and that they will continue to do it in spite of the guy say, hey, I'd rather you not do it. So it's just like, what's the guy to do? not talk to women because they got makeup, or you know what I'm saying, or just maybe find the very few women that actually do not have any makeup at all. So you just kind of be like, it's not a deal breaker. I'll deal with the makeup. But most guys, if you ask them, they're telling the truth. They don't really care about makeup like that. It's the women that care about it.
So I have a mix. So I do know men who do care that you're made up, right? When you go out with them. Like, I don't know if it's an Atlanta thing or what. There are some men who they don't want you to look plain. They want you to look like you going somewhere. Okay. I can see you playing at home. When we step out this door, we gotta look good together. You feel me? So that's just maybe the Atlanta way. I don't know.
Well, it's not about it being the Atlanta way. It's just that sometimes you look tired because a lot of women be looking tired. So you put the makeup on to kind of spruce up all the stuff that's like
So the
that's
point
lacking.
is
That's
to say that you don't want them to have makeup. That's not always, and maybe not everywhere you go, but you do want them to wear makeup when you step out together, right? As far, I mean, but you're not the more, there are different types of guys, right? It's never one size fits all. But when I look at men and I say, okay, when I look at women, I'm like, okay, the plain Jane. I think people do what works for them, right? So the women that he showed in the videos, the plain Janes, they don't have to wear makeup. They look beautiful naturally like that. But maybe this girl, she has to wear makeup to get the same attention this person just walks outside to get without the makeup. Does that make sense? It's almost like that BBL talk, right? Men be like, oh, I don't want you to have a BBL. I don't want you to have a BBL. But if you saw that she looked like SpongeBob before the BBL, and you saw the BBL, you like, the BBL probably was your best bet. This because you didn't know what she looked like before. And then when you look at her before, you're like, oh, okay, I see why she did that. Yeah, that was a good look for you. So I think that the part is, it's like people are just out here doing what works for them, right? If you go into a party, you're never getting attention. Nobody's ever stepping to you, but you notice that people at least give you a chance when you got makeup on. You're gonna try that. And even as a man, I'm pretty sure y'all got, it's not makeup, but it's other things that you do that enhance you getting women, right? So I think that the conversation is bigger than the way we're, the picture that we're painting.
Shan, the other thing too is when men, go ahead, AP.
Oh no, go ahead. I can wait.
Is that I think men also don't understand makeup in and of itself, because when you have women that wear makeup, but they wear the kind of makeup that looks natural, like natural makeup, men don't know that that's makeup, right? I think a lot of times what they're speaking to is like what he had up there with the dolls, right?
I call it the fashion fair makeup. Remember back in the day, the fashion fair people used to have like the caked up makeup,
right? When they're going overboard with the makeup, right? So I think that's the difference. I don't think most men care about you wearing a makeup, but it's about how you look when you're in the makeup. I don't want you to look like a clown. Like, you don't need to be putting on blush and all blue eyeshadow, whatever, like, and then you got the snuffleupagus eyelashes on. Like, you're just doing too much, right? But if you have something simple that's just like a nude makeup that smooths out your skin, and I think they're completely fine with that, because they want them to look as close as to who they are, than putting on all this makeup and you look like a totally different person when you take it off. I don't even know who you are. Turns out you actually 3 shades darker than what I thought you were. You know what I'm saying? Or lighter. It could go either way, but I think it's about just trying to keep to the closest of your natural look as possible, and just wearing a little bit of makeup to kind of smooth everything out.
I disagree.
then I'll be more than happy to go back and forth with you on this then a little bit HD, because Miss Taken just spoke on the point that I was about to make. A little bit goes a long way. And the truth of the matter is, because I actually had this joke played on me recently, and I won't call it a joke, but she was making a point. She went with light makeup. I had no clue. I literally had no clue. It looked like she didn't have on any makeup at all. I wouldn't know. But when you start changing the shape of your eye, the shading on your nose, the extension on your lip, the accent of the lips, and you basically look like you're not who you are, or you go completely the other way and you look like a damn drag queen that somebody mentioned that in our chat. Like we're not looking for all that. We don't want that. No man is really looking for that. When we talk about light makeup, and I think Mr. Lego was absolutely spot on with his analogy with the brat doll, right? Side by side with the lady. It was like, yo, come out of those layers. Let us actually look at you. You might not be as bad as you think you are, and I would argue you're stacking yourself up against women. You are putting that makeup on for women, not men, because you think that that chick over there is who the guys are going for, but you don't really have. I'm gonna say y'all don't really have a clue for the most part, if I'm gonna be totally honest. Also, this is completely is on subject but off subject. When I look at a woman with her natural hair out, and I see the let's say the giant afro puff, I look at them very, very differently than I look at a sister with all the weave and the extension in. I see them as two different types of people completely. And to be completely
In
frank,
what
this is
way?
just
Can you please explain that
I
though?
was about to to be completely frank, and I'm just speaking for me. I see in my opinion, most cases you look more educated, smarter, and probably more for the cause. Like for whatever reason, I just like those sisters just do it to me. Of course, I will. Hopefully, she asleep, but she'll rock the puff every now and again, but not often. It's just something that gives it a more sophisticated look to me. Now, understanding the business world, you got to lay it flat sometimes, and you got to do the extra stuff so that white boss guy don't look at you some kind of way. But yo, sisters, y'all, for real, I'm gonna tell you, that shit is sexy as hell when you rock that natural. And I know that you got to comb it and you got to do all kinds of shit to it. I'm sorry, but it still look good. I just wanted to throw that out there, y'all. You dark skinned sisters with them puffs, yeah, yeah. Mm. I'm sorry. Go ahead, HD. I'm sorry. I got off. I digressed way too far.
No, it's fine. You're still on topic. I mean, guys like to not have to wonder who you are. If you got extensions down to your legs, you know what I'm saying, when you meet them, you know what I'm saying, you just be like, oh my God, this woman's great. Then she take that off. It was an install. It was a lace front. And now you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. What just happened? I've been bamboozled. But
She got a
this,
razor for a dub in the back.
you know what I'm saying? It's like, dog, why her lineup sharper than mine? This thing kind of crazy. But this is the reason why I have pushback. If we know anything about men, men ain't gonna fumble the bag if they don't have to. So even if men genuinely have an issue with the things that you say they don't have an issue with, they're like, it's not big enough issue for me to rock the boat about it. Because in all actuality, if you never put makeup on and you still look good, he's not sweating it. Now, have men become more modern and we're more accepting because our mamas wear makeup, our grandmas wear makeup, our cousins, everybody wears makeup. Matter of fact, it's a darn near rite of passage at this point to have some goddamn on makeup on. But I will always stand on the fact of it plays with women's emotions to make them think there's something that they're not. And they think that they are better with these embellishments than without them. And I try to implore women as much as I can. I said this is a double-edged sword. As much as you think it's cool now, and oh, I just put on a little bit, da da da. I'm telling you, over time, it's gonna bite you in the butt because your skin is gonna age anyway. But it's really gonna age when you have a history of putting this stuff on your face that's clogging your pores. And yes, you look good now, but there's the prototypical. If you ever see a Hispanic mom or an abuela, right? The way that they got to put on this makeup because they've been putting it on since they were 13. They look crazy as hell. And it just is what it is. But I try to implore women that like you have to be comfortable with the way that you are more times than not. But because everybody else is doing it, you feel like you got to put it on too. And I'm saying you don't have to. Now, granted, I understand that everybody wants to put things in their favor. And if makeup puts things in your favor, I'm throwing my hands up. But at the end of the day, like the person that you're with is with you for you, hopefully, or what you can do for them. So I just try to implore women. I say, listen, who you are all the time is the stuff that we like. You can wear a bonnet, you can have weed, it don't matter. We want you. And if you can give us you more times than not, we'll just say whatever. It is what it is.
Don't you wear no bonnet out, y'all. Don't listen to HD. You wear that shit in the house. Don't you wear
I
that
ain't
shit
saying
out.
you had to wear the bonnet out. I'm just saying if you're in the bed and you got a bonnet on, I'm not sweating. I'll pull that bonnet off. That ain't stopping nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Let Go's advice is kind of problematic because if you feel if her wearing makeup elicits that kind of response, that's not the woman for you. Unless you want to be like Kanye and you want to dress her and you want to control every single aspect about what her appearance is, and she's gonna allow you to do that. It's probably not the case. What I'm trying to say is like Mr. Let Go needs to find someone who doesn't wear makeup, doesn't wear lashes or nails or stuff like that. And I get it. There is this caricature that I think a lot of times in the social media gets portrayed as they got the Cardi B nails. They're twerking like Sexy Red. They got the lace front. And you can see this. You can see the install like it. You can see it. It's not clean. But I'm saying there are plenty of women that have different things. And like I said, if you're one of the guys who doesn't like makeup, go find a woman who doesn't wear makeup. But we can't tell all women that to not wear makeup. I like it. I like makeup. If they want to contour, if they want to change stuff. The thing is, I'm going to get to see that woman without the makeup more often than not. So I'll get to see, hey, this is what that person looks like. And let's just be clear about that. Let's just I hate to go here, but I'm going to go here. Let's just say when you ever catch like Serena Williams or Michelle Obama without makeup, the internet roasts them for that. So it's like women, they kind of can't win. If they don't wear makeup, they're going to get roasted. If they do, they're going to get told, hey, you shouldn't have to wear this, you shouldn't have to wear that. So like the way I look at it is some women like to wear natural hair, some women like to have a ball cut like Amber Rose, but find the woman that you feel like you can integrate with the way she likes to accentuate herself. I don't want to get in the business of telling women, hey, you're wearing too much makeup, don't wear that, don't wear this, don't wear that. Just go find a woman who does shows up the way you want you like. But the other thing too is like Mr. Let Go and a lot of these content creators, they're using 20-year-old women who are going through certain styles. Like we all probably in high school had a crazy we jumped on a fad. We probably all did. When I was in high school, I had the Bobby Valentino. I had the little texturized hair. I'm not gonna wear that now, but I'm just saying. So like, and me personally, when I think AP brought up the bonnets, I don't want a woman who has baby hairs. Now, I'm not telling women not to have baby hairs. That's just not for me. I don't want that. But you can wear the makeup. You can have all the weave. I love the weave because now you get to see longer hair. It's fuller. It's showing a different look. So that's just me. But I just think let these women do what they want to do, because the person in the chat says, film it now. If these women were to ask these men, shave your beard off, you don't got to do all that. They're gonna go be going to the barber crying, having to shave that beard. So
No, because a lot of the guys got beards for women. And if the women don't like the beard anymore, they cut that mug off. You underestimate the ability of men to be like, if this works, I'll do that. Like, honestly, the reason why men started growing beards is because women said they started liking beards. 100%. If women didn't like it, they would not have it.
So I think it's the same for women, right? I think that there's a misunderstanding. When the right man asks a woman to do something, she gonna do whatever it is that she gotta do to get him, right? If you ask a woman to do something and she don't want to do it, it's because she in limbo with you. She can do with you, she can do without you. But it's some people, when you are solid into it and he makes a suggestion and he don't like it, she gonna move. She is going to do exactly what you ask her to do.
So I got a question for MT real quick. So it appears to me that you are 100% accountability on the male. You don't believe in truly correcting or even talking about really some of the ways females could do better in the way they move. You just I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just making sure I'm hearing so I understand exactly what context you're coming from. You seem to be of the opinion that, man, F that B, I just move on to the next. And that's the way you expect men to move without even having the real conversation about correcting a female. Am I understanding that correct? Am I the only one that can't hear?
Sorry, I'm on mute. My bad.
Okay.
I'll answer it in two parts. Sorry about that. I was on mute. Think about this, AP. If you were dating a woman and you went out and you're a big wine drinker, let's just say you're a sommelier, and this woman just has to drink Moscato, just has to drink rosé, and that just gets under your skin. You're like, can we please drink something more sophisticated? You need to move on and just date another woman. Why you got to police what she wants to drink? Just because it gets under your skin. So like I said, I feel the same way with the makeup. But to answer your bigger question, the way I say it on my podcast, AP, is men are in a crisis in this country, just in the world, period. Black men are way lower than that. Like black men, and it's not new. Black men are in a serious situation right now. So can we hold women accountable? Absolutely. But the women are also leading the charge in terms of education, enrollment. They are kind of breaking some generational curses. Men are the leaders first and foremost. So like, I think some of the knock that people give me is, Chris, why don't you ever hold the men accountable? I'm never going to hold the women and the men equally accountable because the men are supposed to be the leaders. I'm not going to be like some of these people on these podcasts that's like, what's wrong with the black community? Women. Then you're telling me the women are the leaders. If that's what y'all want to, if that's how y'all want to rock, then just say that. But I'm just saying, if men are supposed to be asking for submission, if they're supposed to be the leaders, then they need to be held accountable more. So what I'm trying to say is, going back to the point, black men are struggling. Men are struggling, period. And we need as I say on my podcast, the house is burning. I don't get satisfaction out of holding men accountable, and it might sound like I do. I'm doing this out of like a labor of love. Like, I want to see us do better. We can't keep promoting the status quo stuff. We can't do that. And it's going to have to be some tough talks. And when we get the men right, yeah, let's focus our attention on if women are holding us back, let's address that. But like, if we're talking about why aren't more black people married, it ain't a woman issue. I know the social media loves to spin it and say these women ain't raised to be wives. Then why haven't black men been getting married since the 1960s? It's been dropping since like 40 to 20. It's not new. I know I'm long-winded, but I'll land it there.
No. The reason I asked, I needed to understand exactly what your perspective is. Mainly because I typically, even in our group chat, I typically agree with what you are saying, but I just don't think that you can really say the house is on fire and not say that somebody held the match and somebody had the gasoline. So what I see, and I'm gonna use this as an example. So Ice Cube had the contract for Black America, right? It gets destroyed because he goes on a female podcast and they just ate him up, right? And basically said, "Hey, you don't have anything for us. We're not going to support it," even though it was for Black America as a whole, not separating the men and the women. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. So if we can't, like, if we're talking about the house being on fire, we have to say, "Yo, maybe I'm the one that struck the match, but she poured the gasoline, and she has to be held accountable as well." And that's kind of where I fall with it. And I just wanted to understand, because I haven't watched your podcast. Definitely
Yeah.
put it in the chat so that I can, because I do want to check you out.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah, I get
But
it. If we're
yeah,
talking about marriages, AP, I get it. I tell people all the time when they say the women is leaving, the woman is leaving. Listen, in those situations, it was not all on the husband. It was not all necessarily on the wife too. It was the unit. Some cases there might be one person who was dragging it all down. But what I'm trying to say is, like, Black men, I'm not letting them off the hook. The problem with the social media and the manosphere is they try to paint, hey, there's good guys who would have married you in your 20s. There's high value men. Oh, no, 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 no. There's a lot of pookies too. There's high value pookies. There's six-figure, $200,000, $500,000 pookies. Black men they're not getting married. And that is having a huge detriment on the society. Black men are promoting this hookup culture. And they are holding women accountable left and right. And all that's going to do is make them stronger, make them more accountable, but they're never holding men accountable. And we've got to turn that around. And yes, y'all have the king talks and y'all hold each other accountable, but us as a unit, we need to be influencing these boys, influencing our community more, because these single moms are raising women, daughters and sons. And it's not, I know when something goes wrong with those boys, they say, well, the dad wasn't there, blah, 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 blah. And that's not the mother's fault. But I know I'm getting long-winded. I'm going to bring it back to the point. The thing is this. Black men, like I said, it's a broken record, but it's like they are struggling. It might not seem like it, AP, because the Black community does a great job to smooth it over and just promote status quo. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Oh, no, they're not. They're not. Men in general are not, because women are starting to rise. They're starting to have more control, have more say so. Not necessarily do certain traditional things, and men are losing their ish for it. They're having a fit over it. And part of that, big part of that, AP, is that Black men, we need to earn a little bit more. I hate to say it. Like, we can't just say, hey, we're just going to coast at 40 well into 2050. Like, we've got to change some things up, not just the money, but just the way we interact with our women, the way we date, and the way we need to date more intentionally. But yes, I'm a big proponent on holding men accountable. That is the key. That is the key to solving this. It's not single moms. It is men. It's holding men having discipline, men dating with intention, men moving it the right way and approaching life the right way. That's my opinion. And we will solve a lot of these problems. The single mom, I'll land it with this. The single mom problem is a male problem. It's not a woman problem. It's a male problem. They didn't impregnate themselves.
So let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you believe that a leader should only hold one group accountable?
No, because like I said, like, us, let's just say, let's pretend if we were husbands and we have children and we have families, we have to lead, and that leadership might look different from family to family. But also, like I said, like when I looked at this manosphere stuff, I said, on this red pill stuff, I said, and I haven't done it. Shame on me. This is a call to action for all of us to start doing to mentoring some young children, specifically young Black boys. Because what they're going through right now, the world is changing, and men in society are trying to promote this status quo, even saying, yo, look, your wife should look like a cartoon character, should have a baby in one hand and baking bread in the other. And that's normal. That's not normal. What I'm trying to say is, I think I'm not answering your question. What was your question?
You answered it, but then you continued on
because
sorry. Your message isn't necessarily wrong, but it can fall on deaf ears, because if people can see you only hold one side accountable and not the other one, what's going to happen is now they're looking at you, because any wise leader, especially if you're talking about if you had like a sports team, if you don't keep the superstars accountable, but you keep the people that aren't superstars accountable, the people who aren't superstars are going to look at the superstar and be like, yo, like, we don't like this guy. We don't care nothing about what this guy, and you're going to be a detriment to the group because you're only keeping one side accountable.
Well, that's part of the, I want to just say one thing, Shannon. That's part of the problem with Black men is like they want to move at the same pace as Black women.
No, Black women they don't.
Yes, they do.
They don't. We have very different skill sets, and we have very different things that we work to try to do. Granted, a lot of men understand, like, women are really great at school. We don't. I still don't know why women are so great at school compared to guys. I don't know if it's because of the way they were brought or whatever, but we still work until the day we die more times than not. We're able to be flexible and be the scapegoat or the sacrifice for a lot of women to continue to get these accolades that they're getting. So you have to understand that if you don't actively make it so that we work together to get these goals made instead of just harping on the guys are literally getting trashed left and right, talking about you're too fat, you don't make enough money, you know, you smell funny, you're weird, you don't have emotional intelligence. Men are getting told all of these things is why they don't measure up to the reason why they are in the situation that they're in.
HD.
So just like for you to just say this, it just doesn't make any
HD. The gender war is a male-driven it's a male-driven attention-seeking. Hey, we're failing, but let's use a smoke screen so y'all don't see that we're failing, so we can point the blame at the women.
No, they're absolutely saying, listen, like, guys been hearing that they ain't been making no money for years. So what did they start doing? They started going to work. They started dressing better. They started getting into tech. They started taking on blue-collar jobs. Like, guys started making bread.
But HD, if we talk about the born out of wedlock problem, we can't hold the women accountable.
Born out of wedlock problem is a takes two to tango situation. If guys are going in women raw and women are allowing them to go in raw, this is the reason why we have the problem that we have. It's not just a one size, and you can't say that men are leaders of women when women have been leading their lives until they got married. So you got two people who are responsible for themselves, right? But you're asking the guy to be a leader to somebody that hasn't agreed to follow under that person. That doesn't make any sense.
No, what I'm saying is, like, one, you need to govern your life in a way that you're moving with intention. You should not be slipping up into, oh my God, I got someone pregnant. I haven't even met her family yet. That can happen. That's suboptimal. What I'm trying to say is this: you should be moving with intention. And what I'm saying is, when we have the born out of wedlock problem, the women are raising those kids, right? The women are the matriarchs of most of our families, right? Can we agree on that? Yes or no?
We don't disagree that men need to continue to strive for better. That's not the argument that I'm making. We agree on that. The argument that I'm making is it doesn't make sense for you to say that men are leaders, but you're trying to tell the other men, you're trying to tell men that you only harp on men. And then as the men look at the issues that the women are causing, and you're like, I'm not going to talk about that because you're the leader. That's not the way that you're going to get men at large or even women to buy in that they need to improve or something.
Well, then HD, in all due respect, that's immaturity. You're not supposed to be working. When you go to college, you're not looking left and right and saying, how are they doing? How are they doing? You're supposed to be looking at your grades and how are you passing the class?
There's some things I will agree with. I'm going to say I've had a numerous amount of women who I've had on the show who I introduced to the panel, and they feel like this is a whole bunch of toxic men. I'm not even attracted. It makes me not even want to be around men anymore. Right? I mean, it's like, it's almost sickening a little bit. You feel me? And I think that comes because I want to be very careful, because I understand. I think people are frustrated, and so this is a venting time. But it does, and I understand this is the manosphere. It's for men, right, to vent. And so, with knowing that it does, most of the topics are about women. It's not about men. They're about. It's the point where I had me a mistake and be like, we'll sit this one out, because how often can we talk about women? Like, I'll call mistaken, like, yo, I can't bash women tonight. Like, I can't. It's enough. It's frustrating, and I get it, because you want it to be. I'm not saying women are perfect, because they're absolutely not. I see exactly what you're saying, but it needs to be a balance. And I feel the balance is the opposite of what you're saying, HD. I think if you go look at all the topics, how many of them are talking about men? Go back and look at all the topics from 3 years in this platform. They're all women.
It's all women, because that's the topics that I want to talk about.
No, that's what the men want to hear.
But we was watching something. Remember one time we were talking about how even on King Talk, when that's supposed to be a show by men, for men, about men, that women still come up.
Right. You know why women come up? It's because we like women.
It's beyond
you
that.
Can't have this
like
world
like
dies.
Talk about women. It doesn't. Well, let me be specific. It doesn't sound like you like Black women the way that y'all talk about.
No, if we can't talk about the women that we with, who we gonna talk about?
Black women is because most of the time we're talking about Black issues. That's the only reason I said that.
Well, but Ms. Take-It, can I ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the world will continue to go on if men and women don't get together?
That's never going to happen.
No.
What's never going to happen?
The obvious answer is no. Of course, the world wouldn't go on if men and women didn't get together.
So therefore, if we have issues,
that would never happen.
No, it will happen, because it happens every day. Your relationship is an example. The parents before you are an example. It happens. The problem is when people have issues and grievances, especially when a man has issues or grievances with women, people feel like you can't advocate those things. You can't articulate it. Even if I say it in a nice way, the second that you feel like there's an issue or you feel some type of way about what I'm saying, whether it's wrong or right, it's about to go into the toilet, because sometimes when you talk to women, they feel like you can't actually tell them that I have an issue with you. So it's like men have spent a large amount of their lives not saying anything about their issues.
So HG, let me just say this. The problem is, listen, the men have, you're right, have not talked. That's not a woman problem. That's a man problem. That's first of all. Two, if we take a hypothetical and we look at Comcast Xfinity, let's just say that there was a problem with the call centers. Do the people who are working on the electric poles, do they need to come in and fix a problem? No, they don't, because those things are fine. The problem is that black men, in my opinion, this is going to be hard to hear. They don't want to take responsibility for the mess that their forefathers have left, because they want to talk about don't date single moms. The problem is that black men want to wait forever and a day to actually settle down. And by the time they want to settle down, those women got kids. And black men have instilled a culture of hookup culture and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to say is, like, we've got to take stock of like where the culture is at. What caused those problems? Is there work for women to do? Absolutely. Is there work for men and women, black women and black men to do simultaneously together, collaboratively? Yes. But there is some work that black men need to do individually. And I'm not going to be giving y'all pairing up with women to help you do your work. You need to do the work for yourself.
So and this goes into our next topic, because it kind of goes with it. And I think the problem is this. I know that there was a conversation on Wednesday that I know Mistake was part of a little bit of it. it was like, basically talking about how women dress and men don't want to date this person. The problem is y'all only dating. It don't matter what she dressed like, because at the end of the day, y'all not marrying them. Y'all not marrying Plain Jane. You're not marrying Mary Poppins. You're not marrying the hoe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody's getting married. So it's almost like you want all these high standards for no ending. It's like you wanted to run a race and be the best of the best, and there's no finish line just so you can take advantage of it. It's almost, I really believe that men are playing chess, women are playing checkers.
Think about that, HD.
The reason, because you got all these high standards, right? For what though? So she submits to you. Does that mean you're going to marry her? Absolutely not. More than that, statistics have shown that you're not going to marry her, right? Now, this is not a one size fits all, because we have men who are on this platform who are happily married. We're not talking about those. They're the minority. If you look at the stats, they are the minority, whether we like it or not, right? So what is the point in us having these conversations if you just want her to be the best of the best and you still not going to marry her?
The fact that Black men want to tell women, like, I don't know, there's probably a better way to say it, but preach to women about what it takes to be a wife is the biggest hypocrisy of all. It's hysterical. They don't get married. Now, if you are a Black man who has been married, okay, fair enough. But a lot of these dudes have never been married. Us as a collective, it's embarrassing. We should not be the people at all talking about what it takes to be keeping these families together. That is we need to be, like I said, I don't want to go on down spiels, but I'm just saying there's work to be done, HD. Let's get our hands dirty. I'm willing to get my hands dirty.
Sir.
So
I don't understand what y'all be hearing when I speak.
No, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's the collective of men.
No, it's not about me. But the thing is like, we both have very different ways of tackling the same problem.
Yeah.
The problem is that the community is in shambles, has been in shambles, and the only way it's going to work together, you're saying, hey, we just need to get the leaders together. But if you don't have nobody to follow the leaders, the guys are just walking around by themselves. So I always approach this from the standpoint of it takes two to tango. Right. A house divided against itself cannot stand, right? So that means that if you're unwilling to put some smoke on the women and also put the smoke on men, you need to put the accountability where the accountability is supposed to be.
Okay, so
women ain't responsible for everything.
No, 1 second, HD.
Guys ain't responsible for everything.
So HD,
you need to find the things that the men are responsible for. Work on that,
right?
And you need to find the things that the women are responsible for.
Okay, so HD,
and you work on that.
So HD, let's picture this. Everybody in the chat and on the panel, just close your eyes. Think about the altar. The woman's at the altar. She's ready to get married. The guy's not there. We need to go have a conversation with the guy. Is there any work that the woman needs to do? Absolutely not. So I'm saying there's some work that the men have to do on their own. We need to find a way to get that guy to the altar. Not everybody needs to get married, but I'm just saying there is some work. It's a metaphor. It's a double entendre, a double entendre. I'm just saying there is some work. And what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling is Black men need to feel like, hey, if I'm out here shoveling something, sorry, that sounds kind of slavery-ish. If I'm out here doing some work, the women need to be out here doing some work with me, the same work with me too. And they don't need to do the work. They've already been doing the work. Like, we need to get Black men more educated. They need to stop dropping out. We need to stop them getting Black men going to jail. That's not the same work that Black women don't have to do that same work. Black men need to do that work.
So, sir, go ahead, Shan.
So it is two parts, right? So I see. So when it relates to message, all I'm saying is it becomes a little hard to. It's almost like if there's no finish line anyway, what's the point? You understand what I'm saying? If it's so hard, if that goal is so unobtainable, people just give up. They just go do what they want to do because they're gonna get the same results. I think one of the things they brought up on Wednesday was Aisha said hoes are winning. Like, she getting her bills paid, she getting all these things right, and yes, she's not getting married, but neither is the chick who's sitting at home not doing, who's Plain Jane. Neither one of them are getting married, right? But Plain Jane is getting used the same way, just a little different. Her time is still being wasted because she's probably in one relationship that's just not going anywhere. He's still not marrying her either. There are just as many plain Janes that aren't married. There are women who are about their life. And there's just as many about their life women who are married that there are plain Jane. It's like, obviously you don't want people to be walking around like, oh, out in the streets. That's just never good. Then you should want to do that for yourself. But what I'm saying to you is, we're tired of hearing, okay, you're not wife material, but nobody's getting married. What's the point of being wife material if you ain't getting married? Wife is for a husband, not just the date. She's a wife.
HD, I said this on the last panel that I was on with Miss Taken and Shan. The day that black men start getting married at a 50% clip, I will shut up. Wake me up when it's that day.
Well,
and I don't want to mess up. So we want to be the guys who are getting married. I can tell you this: it's more men on these platforms who've been married. Like I've come in contact with, like the Sweeneys, the APs, that HG has been married. So obviously, this may not even be something you can talk about because that's not you. You know what I'm saying? But we're talking about the majority. You do understand that you are the minority, right? We're talking about the majority. What is stopping these men? Just like you were able to find your wife. What's stopping these men from finding a wife? You can't tell me they ain't never had one good girl that came in their life. Like not one.
They ain't really
So
looking.
this is
And AP, I'm gonna actually ask you this question because I think this is part of the problem that's not discussed as well. And I think it could go on both sides. You were married and divorced. You've been open and honest about the role you played in leading up to that divorce. Now, after you got divorced, what work did you put in on you to grow from that situation to become a husband at this stage?
my daughter. My daughter was looking at her and fully understanding that I would kill me if I tried to date my daughter. And understand the context that I'm using, guys. I'm not talking about any weird
Right.
shit.
If she dated someone like you, that's basically what
Right.
you're getting at. Yeah.
Like I would kill that person. So the question that I had was, how do I become a person that I would be proud of her dating, then proud of her marrying? And I strive to become that person. And it's all, and for me, it was just a whole bunch of little stuff like real ass talk. Man, I love the woman body, period. And that was one of my problems, is that I didn't have the no gene. The no gene is to be like, nah, sis, I'm good. I ain't had that. You come at me, I was going to bust you down. So that level, like I had to learn that discipline. But this is, I think, is what MT misses. I also listen to people in the manosphere about becoming a better man. Because when it started off, or when I started listening to it, it was about how you as an individual become a better man for you.
And I think it used to be that way, AP, because I remember those days, and it kind of evolved into something a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Like people start getting on the bandwagon, I guess, because the algorithm, people, this is a business for people, right? It's a come up. So you're going to use the topics that work to bring the people in, because at the end of the day, that's your job. You know, so I think that but we're not looking at how it's hurting us on the back end. We're not looking at the consequence.
So, and this is why some of these panels are difficult for me, because I can understand both points of view. The thing that MT is talking about is the men looking inside themselves to become the better version of who they are, to stop doing the things that are detrimental to the community. That's what that's what it seems like he's pointing at. But if I'm not looking inside me, like inside myself to try to become that better person. And all I hear you talk about is men got to do better, men got to do better. And all of my experiences point at these chicken heads out here. Bro, F your message. Because
Well,
you're like I'm just like,
Yeah.
again, I understand both sides of the message, because I personally have been on both sides of it. But I looked at me. I didn't look at anybody else. I looked at me.
I said the
And
same
I
thing.
think that's the whole point. The problem that we're having with these conversations is that we're looking for the other party to do the work. We're looking for the other party to do the work with the hopes that with them doing the work, we're going to be better. And it doesn't work like that. It always and forever will always start with you. And that's why I asked the question that I did of you the way that I did. Is you went through that situation, you took accountability for what part you played in it, and then you recognized what things you needed to change about yourself to attract the kind of wife that you want in order to be the type of husband that you've become, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It all started with you. When we're on these panels, we're talking about men need to level up. And I'm not saying that what each other is saying doesn't hold weight, but you can't be in a position of telling me I need to submit and I need to, cook and clean and I need to do all of these things while at the same time I'm listening to what's coming out your mouth and it sounds nothing like leadership.
Can I say something real? Oh, do you have something to say about that? Because I just want to bring up a point real fast.
I was going to say this.
No, go ahead, Michelle.
As a collective, AP, what do other races, men and women, look at us as a collective? What is our reputation?
And let me table that for a second. So this is the thing, because it's going inside to side with you, and it's my, how much I hope you don't mind me seeing your point from the chat. But one of the questions was, dang, I probably lost it. Black men are actually married more than black women. Now how about that? And my thing is, why are you comparing yourself to women? You should be comparing yourself to other men, right? Men compare themselves to men. And it's not even a flaws. It's like a 4% difference, And then when you look at the reason why, and it's currently married, not have been married. And then when you look at have been married, a good portion of that is because they're widowed. There are reasons to why that person is still not married. Anyway, it goes. We sitting here competing for the bottom. Who does that? It's like, oh, I'm better than you. I'm 3% better than you. And you're like, when did men start thinking it was cool to compare themselves to women? Don't men compare themselves to men? Women compare themselves to women? I've never, that's always so confusing to me.
If I keep it a stack, I've never actually compared myself to other men. I've never compared myself to women. I've never compared myself to another race of people. I've only compared myself to me, old me versus new me. And each day I try to become a better version of me. MT just asked, can you ask your question one more time? I want to make sure.
I was just saying, like, if other races, because they're staying very quiet, they don't talk about it in front of us. But what do you think their reputation is on black men as a whole? Not AP, not HD, not MT. What do you think that as a whole? What do they think? I'll tell you this right now. There's a spoiler alert. The other manosphere outside the black manosphere, they're laughing at us.
So this is what I'll say. The number one thing that I'll say is we lost control of how we're perceived a long time ago. And we've been, in my opinion, working to try to solve that. And again, I don't give a damn about what other folks say. I really don't. It's about, for me, how can we fix the community as a whole? And we can't fix it by expecting everybody else to see their to see what's wrong with them. Sometimes you have to point it out. And I don't like that. It seems like every pod that I watch is pointing out the flaws in women when it's a majority of men. I don't like that. Bothers me. That actually truly true. That really does bother me.
We're on the same page.
I can understand saying, hey, because you use the analogy of the lady at the altar and we're not there. The other half of that is, we'll take you to the altar, but are you ready to go? So what we actually have is an empty altar. Neither one of the man nor the woman in our community is at the altar.
And that, I'm glad you brought that, because that's going to change I wanted to speak on this. Oh, me and Mistaken was talking about this today. You know what? I love to observe people, because I always think like, why aren't these marriages working? So me and my partner, we were bouncing things off last night, and I said, I think I got it, right? Women, here goes back to that hard thing. Women, when they in love with you, they don't see nothing else. They just see you, like they in love, right? But you go through that part where you love them, but that in love kind of just, the reality kind of hitting of the situation, right? So the rose-colored glasses come off. And so what you find is, I think what a lot of people find is that they've been fighting for something to them that is not upholding its weight, right? So you go to the altar, he may give you the ring, but it's like, and let me give you an example of what that looks like. If you got to come home, pay the bills, take the kids out, cook, clean, do all these things, and he's just sitting there on Nintendo 360 or whatever the new game thing is.
Sorry.
Roblox, whatever it is. You're going to feel like you got the short end of the stick. Like, girl, I'm helping you pay the bills. Like, what you doing? Like, this ain't sexy. You feel me? Like, meet me. Let's do something, And don't get it twisted. I know a lot of men are just not the baby. We were talking about that. They're just not the hands-on. And that's okay, but you got to make up for it somewhere, right? You should be.
I don't think that's okay, though. I think that is part of the problem, is that anytime you ask, whether it's the man asking a woman or the woman asking a man to get uncomfortable, be uncomfortable, right? Getting uncomfortable, meaning doing stuff that you haven't done before for the sake of the relationship. So you could say, well, I'm just not like how HD. Most men don't want to mess with the young babies because they wait till they're 7 or 8. So you let your woman raise a kid for 7 or 8 years, and then you say, okay, now I'm ready to step in.
Because it's easier.
It's easier, right? It doesn't work like that. So if you're trying to make a marriage work or a relationship work, and just speaking from experience, sometimes you dig in your heels because I'm going to stand on this hill and that's it, where there's no room for compromise. So once you put your flag in right here, it automatically makes the other person feel that they got to put their flag there too, right? But if the approach is, how can both of us get our way? Or how can we make this situation work best for the both of us? And that's always going to take both people compromising on their end. I may not get my way all the way. He may not get his way all the way. But if we meet here, both of us are getting our way some of the way. And I think that's the problem, is when we're in these spaces, a lot of times you'll hear women talk about, well, I don't want no man that ain't making 6 figures, right? They try to portray that image or whatever, ain't making 6 figures. When we've done the research and we know majority of men, and especially I'll say even Black men, because we know there's a wage gap between Black men and their counterparts, right? The average that they're making is nowhere near 6 figures. So you're already setting yourself up to not find the man that you say that you won't settle for nothing less, when at the end of the day, when you're really in that relationship for real, I ain't gonna say money don't matter, because bills have to get paid. Let's keep it real. But that's not what is going to sustain the relationship. You can't pay for character. You can't, money is not going to cover somebody wiping your ass when you can't. Money is not going to have a person lay up in the hospital with you when you're sick, or when you're in a nursing home. You know what I'm saying? Money will not pay for those things. So when you're putting your focus all on that, without the value of the character of the man that you say you want, it's no winning. And then for the men on that side, talk about, oh, we're so visual, we need y'all to be fit, feminine, and friendly. Okay, like, cool, but you're in La La Land just like we are. You know what I'm saying? And wanting its perfect woman, and you will never find her, because everybody has flaws. Right. You know what I'm saying? And that's the part. Like, there's never a balance. It's like everybody's all the way to the right or all the way to the left.
Yeah, I think I wanted to add something. I know it's going to kind of take things a little off topic. Just looking at these like podcasts and this social media, the black man, with all due respect, and I'm saying this, I'm not taking any of this stuff personal. I'm not making any personal attacks, but it's just the black man, and I think men in general, have a serious problem about feeling like they are above reproach. You are the leader, but that does not mean you are unchallenged. I was the captain of a pool team. That doesn't mean I am above reproach. I have to listen to my teammates. To HD's point of view, I'm not going to treat everybody the same. If I have somebody who's a stud on the team, or LeBron or a Luka, he's getting the ball at the end of the game. I'm not giving it to Bronny James. Everybody's not going to be treated equally. What I'm just saying is, like, going back to Ms. Taken's point, is like, I'm trying to remember what that point was, but it's just like, because I was going on my own little spiel, but it's like, there's work to be done. And we got, I think, to kind of piggyback on Ms. Taken's point, we need to put the blinders on. Stop looking at the image of what our community looks like, and the baby mama culture, and who said this, who said that. Focus on the work you need to do. Find the person who gels right with you. And regardless if marriage is in the cards for you or not, just move with intention.
And let me just say this too. I think that often, because I know some people say, and I hate when people like to compare us to other cultures, right? It's like, oh, you don't do that, but you ain't doing what they men do, right? You sitting here comparing the women, but you ain't the man that they. Let's if you got to look at it both ways. The woman is who she is because that man is. I got a Hispanic. I tell y'all this all the time. I got a Hispanic family behind me. It's about 3 families in that house, right? Them men be out there building. That whole house look different. Every morning I wake up, it's Saturday, they out there making something else. I'm like, hey, read your text, because I want to translate, because I need something fixed over here. Like, it's just different. And they came over here, right? It's just, it's not about the money. At that point, they're just, they're skillful, hands-on people in their household, right? Or it could be, when you look at some countries, the men are just doing it. I know a lot of people on these platforms, they like to see like, oh, Amira's fit, feminine. Amira does not have a job. Like, it's her job. She tells y'all she lives a soft life. She says she works for an attorney firm, but she lives a very soft life. She makes it very known her husband is that dude, and she ain't scared to tell y'all her husband that dude. So if you want that, you gotta be complimentary to that, right? And that's for women too. You want this guy who's this, you gotta compliment him. You can't come in looking at half trash. That's on both ends. We can't expect something and not give something in return. Nobody wants to overpay for a car that ain't worth it. You feel me? So it's gotta be it goes back to being a balance. I gotta work on myself. You got to work on yourself. And this is the last point. I see these girls, they be on these little, these single women. They're like, oh, self-care, you know, and it's like, I wash my hair every day and I put my soothing, and their house is so perfect and they're perfectly put together, you know, and you want her to leave that to go walk around in some sweatpants running at the kids. Like, you gotta be that dude to wanna like, have y'all seen the movie Barbie before?
I loved it. Everybody should see it.
It's the truth. It's like, oh, you know, everything is so perfect, and then it's like sweatpants, beer, you know, because it's you living that hard life. You see people who live in hard life. It's like almost like they get in a relationship, they just turn into a different person. Like, do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. The other thing too is like men. I know we're really born and bred to like follow and defend this patriarchal structure. Let's just be honest. A lot of us can't afford that. And we have to make amends with that and realize we can't afford to be a sole provider in 2025 with eggs being like $10. Let's be clear about that.
Okay, so I've just sat here and I listened for a little bit, right? And there are points that I agree with, but this is what I do notice. Ms. Taken made a very great point about the women not being of a certain caliber. But she also said, you men, blah, 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 blah. Shan did the same thing. So the reason why it's important to hold women accountable is because women on the whole are not holding women accountable. And we're talking about men being the leader, and you just said that men can't, you know, they're not making the money to sustain a house with eggs at $10 a carton. According to whom? A man is running his own house just fine. So why wouldn't he be able to bring somebody in to fall under his program? Why wouldn't he be able to go ahead and add one person?
Because
like
I agree.
No, because she has a lifestyle that you're saying that a man should have to keep up. No, that bitch can just stay out there.
No,
okay.
Like that's really the way I see it. Like for me, and I'm gonna give an example, and I'm gonna stop after this example. So, for me, right, when I found my wife, you're gonna move in. If you want to be my wife, you're gonna move in. And you're gonna be happy inside this house. It's got panel walls. It's what I can afford right now. You're gonna be happy in there, or you're not gonna be able to be my wife. That was what I said. The problem is, and it happens far too often, and we see it in these panels. We see it on the TikToks and the Instagrams and the Facebooks. I personally see different things in my real life, but for the sake of argument, oh, I'm not doing that. If he can't pay this, if he can't do this, if he can't do that, and my message to men is, and I love the way Hink says it. Leave that bitch at the restaurant. Leave that heifer at the restaurant. That means move on to somebody else. That's really what that means. But that doesn't mean I can't hold her accountable for her actions as part of the breakdown of the community. And I'd love to blame men for everything. I'd love to say, hey, men, get your shit together. Hey, men, go make $175,000 a year. I would love to be able to say that, but that's not even realistic. So I'm getting off because like I was just listening. I'm like, nobody just stood firm on, yo, this, like women ain't moving right either. And it happened for 20 minutes straight. That's crazy.
So,
okay.
So let me say this real fast. Monday through Thursday on this channel, we talk about women.
That's a fact.
The reason why I have this show is because one show, can we just hold just this one show? You know, and even in the conversation I was having, I said, balance each other. Women don't moving right either. If you want this kind of man, I clearly said that. I don't know how you didn't hear it, but I clearly said that. So you can't want on both ends what you are not, right? So that's literally all I'm saying. And to sit here and say that, oh, women are not, we hold women accountable Monday through Thursday and Sunday. Today, we're going to talk about men and we're going to talk about women. Both of them.
See, my other thought is I don't think that it's men that should be holding women accountable. I think it's women that need to be holding women accountable, and I believe men should be holding men accountable. The problem is women will not hold women accountable. Instead, they sit in this sisterhood. There's about 5, maybe 6 channels where there are women that are holding women accountable, but there are about 75 of the sisterhood talking crap about men. So at some point, we got to be able to say, you know what, y'all got some trash ways too, and it's not pointing to the
algorithm.
It's your algorithm because
exactly.
Because what I want to say this real fast. I see women. I saw Aisha on Wednesday holding women accountable, saying she don't understand why you want to go out of the street looking like a slut. She holds women accountable. People hold women when something is wrong. We don't mind saying something is wrong. Now we can have a difference in agreement on what's important and what's not important, but it's women on these panels who clearly say when a woman is wrong. People be like, oh, she this, she that, she ain't holding up to the thing. People got all mad at me because I agree with a mirror on something. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it wasn't a time to back because I agree with what she said. Like, so don't sit here and say women not holding women accountable. That's just incorrect information. Now, it may not sound like what you wanted to be said. Now, we're not going to bash women like you do because we understand that women don't like, just like it's an approach. You got to say things a certain way to men. It's the same thing when it comes to women. You got to say things a certain way to women. I can sit here and say, okay, don't move like this. You know what I'm saying? But we understand that there are different types of women in this world. Just like it's men who've been in jail, who's still in jail. They got sisters who grew up in the same household and she just as ratchet as him. She just ain't in jail. You understand? And y'all keep running after her like she ain't ratchet. And like, oh, she just, she wearing a bonnet in the street and blah, 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 blah. She looked like she wear a bonnet. Like, what else did you expect? Like, she being who she is. Y'all want women to be so perfect. Like, we all got to be perfect. Like, But when it comes to y'all, it's different levels. Nah, that's a Pookie. That's a Ray Ray. That's different. Well, Shaniqua, and I'm sorry if your name is Shaniqua, but that's his cousin. And they grew up the same way. They about that life. It was one person in the chat that said the crack pit, the crack epidemic hurt people in the 80s and 90s. Tara knows a few people on crack and she was in New York. I didn't experience that. And I knew not one person who was on crack. I knew not one person who was on drugs. Not one. So it depends on where you are. It affected you. It didn't affect you, right? So that's just how life goes. People come from different walks and to expect us all to be on the same page with things. It's just not the way it goes. And I'm going to leave with this right here. What's the girl who be on the show? What's the guy? His name is Marco. He's like a comedian. And it was a girl, it's a white girl and it's a black girl. I think she's like a rapper or something. You know what I'm talking about?
The interviewer?
What's her name?
The interviewer?
I don't. So there's, and I wish I had it. She sits there and he said, well, what do your parents say when you come to the family reunion and you talking about being a hoe? She was like, they hoes. I come from a line full of hoes. This ain't nothing new. You got to know people come from different walks of life. What we think is unacceptable, they think is acceptable, right? Like Sexy Red think what she doing is okay. And that may be okay for the people she lives around, how she lives her life. For us, we may be like, oh, that's not okay. You understand? Is this making sense? I know I'm bad, but am I making any sense? Like,
yeah. Well, first and foremost,
it's just different people on different wavelengths that think different things are right and different things are wrong, but y'all only say that men can be separated, but women are all clumped together. You don't get a chance to be, no, they grew up in the same neighborhood. They grew up with the same parents. They had the same foundation. Like, so she supposed to walk out perfect, like ignore all of that and be perfect while he gets a pass on being the way he is. Like, come on.
I just want to ask AP. I want to ask AP.
Well, before you ask AP your question, first of all, Shaniqua's name out your mouth. We don't need another black woman's name being a prototypical.
You're right. I apologize.
Of slander.
Listen, my name is Shantae, so I mean, it's far from the.
First and foremost, put some respect on Shaniqua's name. First and foremost. Second of all,
People.
I think I think we all understand that it takes two to tango. And we also understand that if men are going to be the leaders and we want them to be the leaders, typically a leader should be at a different level than the person who's following, right? Now, what I would like to add to the conversation is that some leaders are born, majority of leaders are taught, right? And you can only learn in most cases how to be a leader through trial by fire, whether you are experiencing it in real time with no leader above you, or you're learning how to be a leader while you're under the tutelage of another leader. The skills that you have in being a manager translates to a degree to your family, but managing a family is a lot different than managing, people at work, especially if you're managing a bunch of men. It's very different than managing a bunch of women. And I think we should have a lot more flexibility and understanding that, like, whether you are the leader or the follower, grace needs to be extended on both ways. If a woman's been taking care of herself this whole entire time, right, there's going to be some growing pains because she's the leader in her life until you come into play. So now you're asking another leader to listen to another leader, and we're going to naturally have issues and conflict, right? My whole thing is, yeah, my whole entire fight is, it's like, neither side is infallible. Both sides are saying, hey, hear me, I have these issues, can you please help address said grievances that I have with you, right? And the God honest truth, majority of our issues here in America is the fact that you have choice. Majority of the relationships lasted or even were attempted because you didn't think you had a choice. You didn't have more people to choose from. You saw the girl down the street, and that's the only woman that you wanted to see. So you stayed with that woman. This woman was like, well, I don't have much chances to survive without this man, so I'm going to stick with this man. Now we have all the technology, we have all the money, we have all the options, we have all the rights. So naturally, and we have the freedom of religion, we have the freedom of choice. You can basically do whatever you want in this country outside of, murdering somebody, right? So you have to understand that majority of the reasons why we don't have those relationships, especially in the black community, is because we just have the choice not to do that. Now, the other people, like Shan mentioned, the Hispanic community, black people in general don't want to do the same things that the other groups do. Like, other groups will literally have 3 generations in the same house. We can't even deal with our own generation in the same house. And then we wonder why we can't get the relationships, we can't get the family, we can't get the structures together. We don't even like each other like that. Matter of fact, the reason why we have all these arguments online is because fundamentally we have issues with black people. That just is what it is. As much as we say that we love black people, we also have the most issues with black people, right? Because the people who we spend most of our time with. So I think that
Can
I
I
think
just
that
ask y'all as men a question? Because I do hear this a lot, and I'm curious to know because something popped into my head a while ago. We often hear men say that men hold each other accountable. I'm with you, NT. And one of the examples that I remember a guy saying men automatically are held accountable because society is set up that way to hold them accountable. So if, we get a woman pregnant, we have to pay child support. If we, do X, Y, Z, or if we don't, we'll end up going to jail. And like was running all of these things down that would happen that makes them accountable. But what popped into my head is it accountability when it's forced accountability, right? So I've always thought that accountability means you see what the wrong is that needs to be changed, and then you Somebody might tell you about it, but it's on you to take the action to make the changes, right? But when you're forced to do it, is it really accountability or is it punishment? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
I think
it's
there's
it's
a
still
difference.
accountability.
But but that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think that that's true accountability, because when it's true accountability, you're making the changes as necessary. Meaning that if you wasn't forced to pay child support, you would do that on your own because you're being accountable to what your behavior created, and you're being responsible and accountable to that. If I'm forcing you to do it, that's like, you know, when you're younger, your parents be like, y'all fighting, and they make you say sorry, and you're really not sorry. So that sorry really doesn't hold any weight. So that's the part that I get confused about when men are saying men hold each other accountable, because accountability also comes with action, and that doesn't necessarily happen.
I think, to HG's point, it's accountability. It's not complete accountability. It's incomplete accountability. And it's like, I think maybe men do hold some men accountable, but within their inner circle. But we're not saying, as they said to, like, you know, Carmelo and some of the other basketball players, the apology needs to be as loud as the disrespect was. So what I'm trying to say with that, before I forget my tangent, is like, we black men are like y'all saying, they are holding black women accountable in this algorithm all day and all night. They might as well be getting paid for it. They might as well be getting a WT for it. But they're not.
They though, if the women aren't changing? That's my point.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being brought. This is what I'll say. I was taught that accountability.
I think women are changing.
That's why I agree.
I don't think they're changing at all. They're actually digging further
think it's
in.
different. So I think it looks like it's not a in your face change. It's almost like how HP said there were some things he learned from the show that made him move a little different in his marriage. I would say, for me, understanding how men go into relationships, what works for men, being more positive, more respectful, that's what moves men. It may not be something you can see outright, but it has changed me. And I'm like, okay, I can implement that. You know what I'm saying? I can speak a little different. You know, I think that women do look at these things. Now, don't get it twisted. They don't look at it and take everything, as Lord knows there's some stuff they still need to work on. But I think little stuff, I do think that I see like little changes being made. And like I said, they're little being made to, you know, be a little bit more catering to, you know, to men or whatever.
The birth rate plummeted. That's one.
Yeah. So I would say there's a difference between somebody holding you accountable and you taking personal accountability to actually do something about it. Because even in what AP was talking about, like the information and the challenge that somebody brings to you does nothing if you don't try to meet said challenge. So if you're saying, hey, H, I need you to lose weight, right? Your life is hard, you know, because of your weight, right? That's somebody keeping me accountable, right? But me keeping myself accountable is taking that information and turning it and be like, all right, I agree. I need to step up my weight loss, or I need to step up my gains as far as like getting in shape. That's the next level. So it takes, like I said, it still takes two to tango, because you can say, hey, women need to fix X, Y, Z. But if women don't want to fix it, it ain't changing. Vice versa. You can tell men, hey, you're lazy, you need to get a job. Which that's what men are saying. We're keeping other men accountable. And that other men and other women keep men accountable, because they say, hey, you have an issue, you're causing problems, you need to fix it. But that person has to take it upon themselves to participate in the progress that needs to happen. So it's not that men aren't keeping other men accountable, and then it's not that some women ain't keeping other women accountable. The reality is we have choice. God gave us the ability to have choice. He gave you the ability to think, to reason, to feel, and do all these things. And with all the information that you have to choose. Just like if you want to be a believer in Christ, Buddha, or whatever, it says, choose ye this day whom you will serve. So therefore, the reality is you can only present stuff to people. I got friends around me that don't really work like that, right? And we tell them like, bro, like, what are you doing? We working. I'm gonna be in Atlanta in next week, and then the next weekend coming up, right? That costs. I gotta work in order to pay this place that I live in. I gotta work, I gotta pay this. You know what I'm saying? So I understand and recognize the reality of my life, and I have to do certain things. I'm going to the gym, I'm working out, I'm trying to build relationships with people, I'm trying to work with this, work with that. Like, the people who get it, who take self accountability and responsibility for themselves to make changes, they're going to do that. But you have to understand that majority of people are not going to do that. You know why? Because they have the choice to not do that.
Yeah, I think we hear you on that, HD. But the issue is like, it seems like men are they're at best they're doing self accountability, and they're holding women as a collective accountable. They're not holding men as a collective accountable. We can look at the algorithm. All these manospheric or men
The
podcasts.
algorithm is built by somebody else. They do that for a profit, and so that we can continue to argue and fuss about this.
Right.
So you're talking about this algorithm, this thing that somebody else created, that they put metrics in there, because you got to realize in the US, our algorithm is set a certain type of way versus in China, they set it a different type of way.
Okay.
So to sit here and harp about the algorithm, you know, the reason why we can literally change the algorithm ourselves, we can literally cut social media off. But you know why we don't cut it off? It's because we enjoy it. We partake in the drama. Like, a lot of the times, and this is just my personal gripe.
Yeah.
The reason why sometimes we have the most jacked up kids in the US is because we're trying to get them to stop behaviors that we do.
Okay.
So if you're a drinker, you're a smoker, you twerk, you dance, everything that you do, your kids see that, right? But we're saying, hey, this is adult behavior. Don't do that stuff now. Okay. So they put a kibosh on it for a little bit, or they keep following you in secret and doing the things that you do. The only way you can truly start seeing, like, well, not the only way, one of the strong ways that we can truly start seeing changes in the behavior of most people, we have to change the things that we allow even in our own lives. We need to change the music that you're listening to. You need to change the way that you talk, the people that you talk to, the people that you hang around, until you're willing to even change the things that you like. Because guess what? People follow the things that other people do. If I see Shan making money and she out here doing this, that, and the third, I'm gonna want to make money because Shan making money. Look what Shan can do.
They have these girls on OnlyFans because they like, oh, I see she making money. Let me do it too. I mean, because I fail to believe that women really want to show their twat like that.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, there's a lot to be said about that, HD. I was thinking about asking, and I might ask it, like, do you think our families are harder on daughters than sons?
I think they are harder on women. And I think the way that they treat men a lot of times, or young boys, they're so scared of their aggression that they just, like, we're scared of what an uncontrolled man looks like. Right? So you're almost kind of scared to allow him to, like, experience and kind of play with it. So it's just like, oftentimes it's like, a lot of times we don't know what to do with men or young men because we're scared to create something that's going to harm the rest of the group.
And that's what I'm kind of speaking about earlier, is we are not really holding men accountable as a collective, because kind of to your point, we're scared, whether it's fear, whether it's not my responsibility, whether it's, hey, I'm doing my self-work, I'm good. It's the women's problem. It's something we're not, there's something broken. Like I try to say on my podcast, listen, a kid can come from a great home And those boys are going to possibly get indoctrinated. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I'm just saying male culture is toxic. It's sending a lot of toxic messages. We should be looking at 50-year-old men saying, yo, let's go out to the club and yo, let's do this and let's do that. We should look at them like fucking clowns. I don't know if we can curse on this platform, but I'm just saying we should look at them like clowns. But we, in our culture, we look at them, we're like, yo, I want to be just like them. We're going to emulate them. No, like the 50-year-old men should be showing us they should be straightening us out. They shouldn't be looking at the 20-year-old men and saying, yo, how can I just, get down to that level and behave like that too?
Yeah, I listen. I think fundamentally, you're trying to correct an issue a specific way that I personally just don't agree with.
I understand,
and I understand your reasoning. I understand the way that you operate, which is fine. But I know that ultimately we want the same thing. We want men to be better. We want relationships to be better. Mm-hmm. We want the community to be better, right? We just think we got different ways of doing it. And I'm not going to be the agree to disagree guy. I'm just saying, hey, we got a difference of opinion. That's okay.
And HD, what I'm trying to say is the work that men have to do is not going to always be a group homework assignment. You're going to have to do turn in your homework by yourself sometimes.
Yeah, and we agree with that. That's what I'm saying. Like the way that we're articulating our points and our ideas, we're looking for a similar result.
Right.
We're just have different ways of bringing that to light. So listen, I ain't got no issue. All I know is that, like, listen, I am a proponent that said that we need two. It took two to make us. It's going to take two to fix us. And we need to get together. And there's a reason why that even when we talk about, well, everybody doesn't believe in God, right? That's fine. But like, there's a reason why in scripture, it says that, it's not good that man be alone, right? Sure. And that he will make a help meet. Even you, sir, there's a lot of things that you're able to do. You didn't do yourself. Did you help the process? Absolutely. There's nobody that is successful in this world that didn't have somebody or something help them. You didn't make your car, but you take your car to work to go make your money. You didn't make that computer. We didn't make these platforms. We didn't make none of this stuff on YouTube, but we use it to articulate whatever message and thought that we have. Nobody wins alone. Nobody. Because at the end of the day, you even take the strongest, most talented, most rich person, you get enough people against that person, he's going to fall. So we must understand that our community wasn't created, solo. You need a team. Any wise person that actually has built anything needs a team. The men building houses, they have a team. The people building companies and families have a team. Right. You need a group of people to push people in order for them to be the best version of themselves.
I agree with you. It takes a team. I'm saying it starts earlier than that. The male culture is toxic. If you want to focus on, I know it's a very divisive topic, the incels. Women have nothing to do with that work that those incels need to do to straighten themselves out. They have nothing to do. It's a male problem. It's a patriarchy, misogyny problem. And you could say, well, get them girlfriends, get them sex. That's not a solution. These guys have to do some self-work. So I'm just saying that we got to really conquer and try to approach some of these really things that have been very comfortable for us. The culture of sowing your wild oats. We need to revisit that and say, maybe this is not the way to go. Because some people are going to go through that and they're going to straighten themselves out and become married at 30 or something like that. And some of them are going to be the 50-year-old men in Hooters who all the Hooters girls know them by name, know their order by name. I'm just saying. What I'm just trying to say is, like, we have to. The problem that I'm seeing with men is they want to keep the culture the same, and they want to just squeeze more juice out of the woman. They're not squeezing anything out of the men, but they want to keep the culture the same. They want to be the leader. They don't want to be. They don't want to. They think they're above approach. And I know, like, when I talk, it sounds like I'm getting satisfaction out of pointing to the men. I'm just saying there's a big opportunity there, and we can straighten this out really well if we just all hold each other accountable. And it starts with, I remember in this generation, I'll land the plane with this. You have men in this generation saying, I shouldn't have to protect all women. Why should I have to be a gentleman? This woman hasn't earned it. Being a gentleman is not about the woman or the people earning it. It's about how you want to show up to the world. It's about setting a standard and trying to, and also putting an example to others, young and old, and saying, this is how I'm showing up, whether you want to follow it or not. So I'm saying men in this day and age, they're questioning all the stuff. They're questioning marriage. They're questioning being a gentleman. They're questioning treating women with respect. We got to go deep, and we got to really start to influence these boys. That's all I'm trying to say. It might come off harsh.
I don't disagree with you, but we're talking about a generation of men that many of which grew up in a single parent mother home, bro. And it's unfortunate that not enough of them had a positive male role model. I understand where you're coming from. I do. And I actually don't blame women for much, because with the example that I used earlier with, hey, I'm bringing you into my life. There's certain criteria you got to meet. And if you want to be that in my life, you'll acquiesce to those things. Because I was moving quite intentionally when I looked around and found this one. She's super dope, by the way. And I think all men should move that way. I do. I think that men need to ignore the noise. I think that men should deprive women of their favorite currency, which I believe to be attention. And I think we will see a whole bunch of things change. That's how I personally believe. So I wanted to make that very clear, that that's how I believe. But I can't say I don't understand these men when they say things like, yo, these women moving foul. A lot of these women move like men, and whatever the hell else they say. The reason I have a difficult time articulating their point is because I don't agree. I just understand where they're coming from because I've seen it. But for me, my suggestion to them is leave her alone. Leave her at the restaurant. Remove that attention. Go find somebody else. Continue to work on you in that journey. But we, as men who understand this, we need to grab somebody from the generation that's coming behind us and say, hey, this is how we do it. This is how we move. This is how we progress forward. And not enough of us are really doing that, which is why they're questioning all of these other things when they see a divorce rate of what is it, a 50% divorce rate,
60% in the black
60%,
So
that's a hard sell for these young men. That really is a hard sell, and a lot of them are going and getting their bag. So we have to do a better job of explaining how men are supposed to be. We need to be the influence that I had. I don't hear enough of that, but I don't think we need to beat up on them either. I think we need to be more understanding about what it is they see and what it is they're going through, and try to help them on a more individual basis, as opposed to trying to grab everybody at the collective, because they'll just tune you out. And that's what we see a lot of. And I'll end there.
We have got to really get rid of misogyny, AP and HD. It's going to be very uncomfortable. It is almost like systemic racism. It's very hard to get rid of because it's so ingrained, it's so normalized, and it's really poisoning our young men. These young men want to live a certain life that it's passed them by. They want the great grandfather's lifestyle, and that might exist for some men who are very rich, but we're in a place in society where gender roles for a lot of us, our families, this generation and the later generations, it's going to look completely different. And we got to be able to kind of, in my opinion, kind of redefine or modernize what masculinity looks like.
We fundamentally disagree on that.
Okay, yeah. But some of the things like the body counts, we need to get rid of that.
Yeah.
We need to get rid of that. That's head trash. We need to stop trying to model our lives like someone else's standards. Like like you said, the 60% divorce rate. Okay, that's a stat. But if you really want a family, you should not be waiting for laws to change so you can feel comfortable to get married. You should not be waiting for laws to change for you to be a father if that's what you truly want to do. Because yeah.
But there's so many examples though that they have to pull from that we would have to combat in something like that, because the truth is
they're not leaders. They're not leaders if you're that scared. If you got to say, yo, this roller coaster is doing loop-de-loops and this is it's going so high, you're not built for that, and you got to accept that you're not who you think you are. If you're that scared,
then maybe we should accept that they are not who we think they could be. Like, that's the two-way.
Then like, that's the thing. You have to get to a point where you have self-realization and self-actualization. And I think most in these spaces, a lot of times it's about talking about the issue, and men, I'll say on both sides, but they'll talk about the issue. Men will talk about the issue that they're having with women. They'll talk about how women ain't moving the way that they want them to. They'll talk about how they're a leader, right? All in the same sentence, but yet they're not having the results that they claim or feel that they should have. And the problem is they're kind of what y'all was saying before, keep running into women that are not in alignment with what they say they want, and they try to change that person to become what they want, as opposed to doing the work on themselves to attract the type of woman that they say that they want. Because a woman that they say they want, if they're not the type of man that's going to be able to take care of that type of woman or handle that type of woman, they ain't going to even see him. So when y'all are talking about, 80% of the women only see 20% of the men, part of it is because you ain't do the work to fall in the 20%. And what I mean, and I don't mean by money, I mean the 20% of the mental work, the physical work, the emotional work, like that part. A woman who's grounded in those areas they won't even see a man that that ain't gonna be able to handle the type of woman that they are. And I think a lot of times men are trying to put the work on the women to deal with the mess that they're gonna bring to the table and be okay with it. Let me say one more thing, because I couldn't let this go. So, am I frozen? Oh, okay. Shane, your head is just stuck. I was like, I'm frozen. So when we're talking about accountability, y'all know I have to look. Sometimes something gets stuck in my head and I can't get it out till I get it out. So, sorry. All right. So I was looking at, I said, if someone forces you to do something, right? If someone forces you to do something, is it accountability? And it's saying that there's a difference between responsibility and accountability. With responsibility is about the action. So if you did something even under pressure, you are still the one that carried it out. So you're responsible for the act itself. But with accountability, it's about ownership and decision making. So if someone forced you to do something, they've taken that ownership and your ability to make the decision yourself away. So in that case, the accountability lies with the person who forced you to do it. So that's what I was talking about in regards to child support and things like that. If you're being forced to do it, is not true accountability. It becomes responsibility because you're doing the act. But the accountability is more ownership and your own decision in doing that. So if someone forces you to do it, you're not being accountable.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, you can choose not to do it. You just have more consequences. So you always have a choice. Just like if somebody holds a gun to your head, you either take the bullet or you try to, do what this person asks you to do it. So you can never remove a person's choice.
Right.
You
So if you
you
choose
just
not to do it, that's
overwhelmingly make a
so that's
decision based upon the consequences.
right. So if you choose not to do it, then that's the act. And then that act means you're being irresponsible. You're not being responsible. So I think that's the difference, right? So yes, you have the choice, but whatever the choice is and you act upon it, that becomes your responsibility. But if a person forces you to do something and you're doing it, then the person that's forcing you to do it, they become accountable. I'm just saying, I couldn't let it go. I just needed to wrap that around my mind. But go ahead.
So at the end of the day, what do you guys think the solution is to this? Is there a solution? Do you think that this is just going to get? It's just it's so far gone that it ain't nothing we can do at this point. Like, what do you guys think?
Well, I think it has to get worse before it gets better because most of the times, like, even when you talk about the relationships that lasted the long before, adversity happened early in that relationship to make them want to stick together in the long run,
You
right?
appreciate each other more, yeah.
Yeah, like there's has to be some need, some fire, some common problem that both people want to solve, right? If that doesn't happen, it's not going to happen. So I think it's going to get a lot worse for a lot of people before it gets better. But I always teach like it takes two to tango. You're not going to be able to build the nation off the just the back of men, just like you're not going to be able to build a nation just off the back of women. You need both of them. You can't continue to create a society without men and women getting together. You just can't. And understanding that men have certain proclivities and women have certain proclivities, right? You need to maximize what women do well and maximize what men do well and appreciate these differences. Because the thing is like, you're not going to ask a woman to continue to carry a heavy burden of like building houses. You're just not. But there's things that women are very skilled, like their eye for color and detail is on a whole nother level. Like just the simple things that women have the ability to like dissect just off of just using their eyes. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Which is why even what Miss Taken said a little bit earlier, like a few moments ago, I thought was weird because before a woman even wants to deal with you, she has to see you. And the problem that the men are saying, you can't even see the men that's in front of you because he don't tick off the things that attract you, which is fine. But the thing is like, listen, we got to work together. If we're unwilling to have men and women work together, we're doomed. Because at the end of the day, even if we killed all the women and the men survived, and we will live, guess what will happen? We will all eventually die. You know why? Because you can't create life. If we had straight nothing but women, the problem with having nothing but women, they can't do some of the things that a lot of the men do as far as survival skills. So they're going to die faster. Men live longer when they have women. They just
Um,
do. And then women can also live longer when they have men.
and
No,
let me say, so
studies don't show that.
we say
Yeah,
what?
yeah, it does. Because the
Studies
things
don't
that you
show
would
that
use,
women
mistaken,
typically live longer.
mistaken, mistaken. Let's think about
So
this.
listen, so
All
I
the
see what
stuff that helps you to continue to make your life the way that it is, men help create that avenue. So though you may not have a man in your life, and women are very communal. So y'all will get all the women together and y'all will continue to live your single lives together and you will survive. The thing is that the men created a lot of the avenues for you to continue to survive long term.
Okay.
That's the reason why you wouldn't survive by yourself.
That's a default answer, because it's kind of like saying, well, the white men built this world for you to survive in it, right? And the reason I say that is
But we know the
because
white man didn't do that. We know the white man didn't do that.
If
they think they did. These reels, they be on there.
Like, my point is that if you've been held out of the system, so to speak, to contribute, so to speak, right? Then you can't on the back end say that I built all of this for you when you never gave me an opportunity to play to begin with. And I think that's what happens a lot of times when men are saying these things. It's because women were not even given the opportunity to even play the game. So yes, all of these things are built. Yes, we benefit from it, but we never had the opportunity to contribute to that either.
So first of all, let me just say this. I don't want to build nothing. I don't know what mistaken over there talking about. Thank you for building that building.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that women didn't have the opportunity to do some of these things.
Let me just say, but let me. I think that we complement each other, right? There are things that men are great at. There are things that women are great at. We were made to complement each other. I think the problem comes in when it comes to compatibility. All right. We always want something that we're just not compatible with. We have to find things that we are compatible with. Yes, she looks great. You know, I want to humble her. I want to bring her down to but you can't. She's there, right? So this chick is not where you need her to be. You got to leave her there. And if she's alone up there, just let her be. Because if you enter her life, she's not going to be happy, and you're not going to be happy either. Right? I think it's so often we try to change other people. That's what we're trying to do, because we want this. We're not looking at that puzzle piece just does not fit with us. She's not your rib, okay? You can't be this way and she that way and be like, oh, y'all was in the same rib. She wasn't yours, okay? Find yours. And everybody has to do that and stop worrying about everybody else's. Now, as a collective, how we look, those are things we can talk about. We can talk about, hey, we got to watch our image, what we put out here on the internet, right? What we support as far as music, all of those things that directly affect all of us. When it comes to relationships and stuff, you got to go for what works for you and your household. HP can't tell me the man I need. I know what works for me. I can't tell AP the woman that he needs. AP knows that, right? He knows that woman was the woman. He probably had several women, and that was the woman who best fit him and what he was trying to do. And she was on board with him. He was on board with her, right? When we start saying stuff like, but you gotta look at this person, and he may not be, whatever it was HG said. That sounds great. It's just not going to work. It's a fantasy. It really is. I'm sorry. It's just not going to work. But what we can do is there are things that men like. We say it all the time. Men want you to be, it'll be nice for you to be able to cook, right? It'll be nice for you to take care of yourself. It'll be nice for you to look good. No, you're not going to look good forever, but look good what you got. You feel me? Those are things that men can collectively say they like. And have good character, be modest. Men, there are things that women like. You can go against it and you won't get results. Women, you can go against it and you won't get results. We can't force you to do none of that. But at the end of the day, you will not get results if you don't work on yourself. That's men and women alike. You can't force people to be with you. If you sit in your mama basement, ain't nobody trying to be there with you. In your mama basement. And don't be mad when she's not trying to be with you in your mama basement. And the same thing when it goes for women. If you such on a high horse and you talking down on men, being disrespectful, a man don't want to be with you and you disrespecting him every day. Like, it's not rocket science. That's all I'm saying. It's 1:00 in the morning.
Yeah,
I think it's past my bedtime.
I think we just I personally think we just need to raise the bar as up for the Black family, for Black men, and if we want to reach across the aisle, let's say equally raise the bar for Black women. I think Black women are doing the thing to a good degree, but I'm just saying is that we need to raise.
Be better now. Don't get like it. We can definitely be better.
I'm saying we need to raise the bar, and that means if you see younger men or older men disrespecting women or putting a bad image out on the Black family, Black men or Black women, you're checking them. We're not letting it slide. We're not putting out on the social media this image that women, they're all the problem, and letting other cultures disrespect our women, disrespect our culture. We got to nip that in the bud. Because if you're on the outside looking in, it looks like the Black woman is the problem for everything. I just think it's raising the bar. And that causes people to be very uncomfortable because some people are going to be under the bar. Some people are going to be over the bar and they're going to be chilling. They're already at the finish line, drinking a Mai Tai.
Some people don't even know what a bar is.
Yeah.
Let's start there. They don't even have a bar.
Yeah. What I see.
You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that. Because guess what, Maroon? That's gonna be our next conversation. Why do we think so little of ourselves? I hate that. That's the worst thing on earth. We sit here and be belittling ourselves. Like look, boo-boo. I don't care. I can have a white man beside me, boo. He ain't gonna never be a Black man, and I'm gonna let him know. Like I love you, but I love mine. Because guess what comes out of me? A Black man. I ain't never gonna knock what I produce. Like who does that? Like, how do y'all look in the mirror like, oh, I'm bad? Like, why you think so low of yourself? We can sit here and have this conversation about people, but I'm not going to be sitting here in front of a panel, sitting here bashing like you better than me. You absolutely are not.
Yeah.
I guess that's just how I think. I don't understand why we do that. That is so embarrassing to me. Like, why? It's just.
I saw like this video from it was not Hard, it was Daily Wrap Up Crew, and they had Dr. Umar Johnson, who I hate. Like, I think he's kind of like a charlatan, but I did agree with him. I can't believe I was agreeing with him, and he was saying if we want to get the respect back from Black women, I'm not saying all Black women disrespect us, but I'm just saying if we want to repair our image, we got to straighten out these Black boys, and he means the young. When we got the YNs, we haven't even brought them up. We got to straighten this whole thing out from just all things men, young men, adolescents, older, elderly, geriatric. We got to straighten this out. We got to straighten this. We're looking crazy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we are looking crazy, and I hate it. It's horrible. It's like, and again, I think that these are healthy conversations that we're having, right? These are fine. It's just I don't even want to talk about it. That's a lot. It's a whole nother panel night conversation.
Y'all said what could be the resolution, right? I don't have the answer, but I have one answer to it. Is to start with yourself. That's my answer for it all. Because I think when you are pointing a finger at somebody else, right? You got 3 pointing back at you, and I think we point the problem to other people to deflect the work that we need to do on ourselves. So I'll say that would be one way to make things better between men and women, is starting with yourself.
The last thing I'll say before I give it to AP is AP. I love what I heard from AP on this panel and HD, that I think these are men that are have worked on themselves in the past. I did too, especially coming out of my divorce. What I heard coming out of my divorce and dating was a lot of these men, the average man is lazy in dating. The average man is just saying, take me as I am. They're not doing the work on themselves. And it's just little things like going to therapy or just doing some introspective saying, and I need to fix this. Like I'm saying,
it's so embarrassing.
Oh, sorry.
You repeated me.
But yeah,
be on repeat.
I was saying it to AP, but I was, like I said, I wanted to like give y'all props. Like, I'm glad that like we're showing positive images, and we need to see more of them. We need to influence more men to do the same work that we're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys on the panel. I appreciate even the Thursday night, like the Bruisers and the Sweeney. You know, I love to see married men and they speak so highly of being married. That's a beautiful thing. You know, it really is. I appreciate y'all.
I don't really have a lot to add. I just everybody has to work on themselves independently. I
Agreed.
think that if you get an opportunity, and this is to anybody on this panel and anybody that's not a knucklehead in the chat, if you get an opportunity to reach one person, teach that one person. Be transparent. Let them know where you failed and how to avoid some of your pitfalls. Also, let them know where you succeeded and some of the things that could be duplicated. So I just believe, honestly, at the end of the day, if we really, really, really are serious about changing and correcting the image that's displayed, we need to start with self, men and women. And I'll land completely there. Shan, I appreciate you having me on again. It was nice to finally have a conversation on a Friday after like 4 months of silence.
I think it's
HD
been more
was
than 4 months. I think this
it
is
might
all
it,
been like it's been a minute. I don't even think like a year. It's been a long time, AP. It's not been
yeah,
4 months.
HD was convinced that you were married and with child again.
No, I just be so worn out on Fridays. You know, Friday is like I just want to chill. Don't nobody talk to me. You know, I just, you know, but I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed,
You're lying. She got a man. She
yeah, they know I have a man, but I have him Monday through Thursday. Sometimes he's here on Thursdays when I'm on the show. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with him. He don't stop me from doing the show. He's just,
stand like y'all are not priority no more.
that's not true. That
We
has
love you too.
I
nothing
was
to do
like,
with
God dang, she didn't got married. She didn't win the 0 dark 30. I said, God dang, I used to say Shane every Friday. Now I can't even see her on her own chat.
it. Does
Ain't
not
that about a bit?
it has nothing to do with that at all.
Dang, busted wide open for a real G. I ain't mad at you. All I know is I was like, dang, I miss Shan. Shan's been gone from her own chat. I said, man, I used to see She Critique every Friday.
First of all, I've been dating him for a solid 2 years. We have not been gone that long, so don't.
I don't know, man. I feel like you've been gone for 2 years ever since. You know what I'm
It's
saying? I was
not.
like, dang, he must have proposed or did something new. He must have danced on a pillow top or something. He did something. I don't know what he did. All I know is that Fridays was scarce. And I was sad. I'm talking to everybody. I was like, there's so much that I want to talk about, but I can't talk about it because Shan's not here to talk
And
about
don't
it.
even be in the chat no more.
I was never in the chat, homie.
Look. Me, HD, and AP had our own She critique.
Facts.
One night.
You know what I'm saying?
It was mad long too. It was like what, 2 hours?
Yeah, man.
It
We
was
was in there cooking.
just playing catch up, having a good conversation. Since
Mhm.
Shan all bougie, don't give a damn about the low man no more.
Facts. I'm telling you, man, he did something. He must have proposed. He must have bought her a house, a new car, maybe bought her a dog. You like dogs, Shan? You bought you
No,
something
even
because
though. So when Shan is talking about the man that you like, you'll make the adjustments, right? She's speaking from experience. Shan be in that kitchen cooking,
Listen,
yeah,
making Sunday
Shan,
meals.
Shan, what was that thing that you told us about? I need to get that. It's something, it's like a detergent or something.
oh, it's called Diva.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I need to
it's
get
called
that so I
Diva.
can be great.
It's the Diva
What is
brand.
it?
That's Diva is the scent, but it's from let me see. It's another name. Hold on, Diva detergent.
what's good about the detergent is what I'm saying.
It's Tyler. So the brand is Tyler, but the particular scent you're talking about is called Diva. It smells great. Listen, when I tell you wash your clothes with that, oh my gosh. And let me tell you, this is just a fun fact. The show is over, but this is a fun fact. This is how I came up with Diva. I was in New Orleans, y'all. I love New Orleans.
You still alive, Shan.
I know. It's just after talk. So I love New Orleans. It's like my happy place, right? And I went, it gets kind of hot. It was summertime. So I went into this art gallery. It was just so magnificent. And it was a smell. And I was like, what is that? And so we just went in there to get air. And of course, look at the paintings that we could afford. It was like $20,000. So we walked out and it just stayed on my mind like, oh my God, you got to go in there and ask him what that scent is. And the guy was like, oh, we shampoo our carpet with Diva. It's a detergent. Like you put it on your clothes, but they shampoo their carpet. When I tell you that scent just made me want to stay.
Does it have any health issues? Like, is
it toxic?
Yeah.
That part. So I think that all fumes are toxic, if you ask me. That's why I only put them in places that are not common. For example, I put them in front of the house where people don't sit all day long. It's just a scent you smell when you come in, or places where, people come through, but they don't just sit there. So I always treat my scents like that. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's toxic because it smells so good. Nothing that smells that good gotta be good for you. It can't be good for you.
So it's called Diva detergent,
and it's expensive too.
Oh, I won't be.
Chili uses it, and Chili is a health freak.
I can get it. I'd rather spend my money on something else. I'm very picky like that. I don't mind spending money. I just like spending money on.
They have smaller bottles. They have smaller bottles. So sometimes what I do is I'll get, because the detergent is so, I don't put it on my clothes because you have to wear clothes. But sometimes I get the smaller bottle and I put it in a water bottle and I put water and I dilute it and I shake it and I just spray it like a mist. And that works. And they also have the wax candles. You can put it in there and it, and you put it on a heater and it'll, that'll work.
These aren't good for you.
Yeah, so that's why I put it in places that are not common in that, like the less common space. Like nobody goes in the dining room. They don't be eating in there. So
yeah, for 16 ounces, it says it's like $20.
Tara, you so cheap. I can't.
Sorry, MT, this happens, bro.
No, I'd rather travel. Shoot, that's
$20 is not travel, baby. Listen, I spent $20 at Dunkin' Donuts today getting a coffee and
whatever. But that's the thing, when you keep adding up the $20 Dunkin' Donuts, $20 16-ounce Diva cup or whatever you talk about, then $20 here, you done already spent $60, and that's at least
not for you, Tara. It's not
while I'm traveling.
I want you to stick with your TJ Maxx candles.
I don't even use candles.
I know you don't.
I don't even do candles. I ain't spending my money on that.
Tara, like one of the people who get them little incense they be selling at the store. And you put it in
we burn incense.
Yeah, sorry. MT, have you ever actually sat down and watched one of the pods that we used to have back about 4-5 years ago?
Is that the one that used to have like B. Taylor? Is that her name?
She's been on one or two. I don't.
Yeah. I used to watch it all. I go way back. Yeah.
Okay. So just know that this happens, and then whenever the live ends, it keeps happening.
Listen, no, on the Thursday show, they'll be on there till like 4:00 in the morning. Sometimes they like my bedtime story. I'll turn my camera off and they be just back there talking. I just fall asleep to them. Sometimes I wake up, they still on. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. And don't let mistaken be on there on a man can talk.
Listen, I'm at least trying to learn to put periods on my sentences. I'm getting there slowly but surely. Shan say I speak in comma.
Tara, this is Tara.
You are the comma queen.
This is Tara. And the man went over there Like, girl, get that shit out. You went over there. What is
it? It's because I'm trying to process what I'm saying at this, because when I'm on here, believe it or not, I do try to be mindful of how I say stuff. So it takes me time to think about how to say it and then say it.
Listen, so, I go to chapter meetings and the ladies of Alpha Kappa. I'm like, girl, just say it all together. Please just get out this meeting. Get it all together.
Wasn't it so nice to come back together and, you know, have these conversations, you know, that I've been crying about for the last 3-4 months? Listen, I was about to get my money together and start my own network. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I was like, you know, I said, you know, I'm about to go to Atlanta.
I'm going to help men not be incels no more. I want to talk to them. Like, let me just really assess you right now. But I don't want to put them on blast. I want it to be one-on-one. Let me talk to you. Okay, before you go on a date, let's not screw this up. Let me see your outfit. Let me see what you're wearing. What you going to say? Tell me about it. What did you do? Did you mess this up? Okay, don't do that next time. You know, I want to walk people. You know, I want men to find love. You know, the men who can't, they say they have a problem finding love. I want them to be the best versions of themselves.
But you are a glutton for punishment. You are already a school teacher. Now you want to get into incel training?
I do.
There's money to be made.
I don't think it will work with her by herself. And this is what, no. This is what I'm saying. I think the best outcome would be you paired with a man and both of y'all are given perspectives.
I can only tell you what women would, you know, perceived by a woman. Right? So
the man could bring in the male part of how to express that.
I'm just telling you, you probably shouldn't say that. Like, okay,
see what y'all don't understand. There's a growing pain in there for men. So let's just say you're trying to unincel this guy. You know, because he's currently he already want to get him some cheeks, right?
You don't like listening to women anyway.
What's gonna happen is he's gonna take some advice from Shan. Then he's going to take some advice from the guy. He's going to find some cheeks to get into. And we're going to continue this cycle of the same bullshit that we've been dealing with, because that's not going to be the woman that he wants. Once he learns how to really talk to and coerce women, then he's going to become part of that 20% that women actually see and not become part of the solution. I said what I said.
Question about that. So are incels just men or who can't get women, right? Now, my question is, would an incel be more likely to marry? Because
I've never met one.
You never met an incel?
The answer is
I've never met one. I've never met one. So
okay.
Just taking the answer is no.
The reason I'm asking that is because I would think that somebody who has a difficult time attracting the opposite sex would be more likely that when they meet somebody, increase the chance that they'll just go ahead and get married because they're scared that they won't be able to get anybody else.
Hell no.
No.
You keep trying that thing. No, like it's like when you're a young kid coming up, and where I grew up, right? Once you actually bust that first one down, you actually find, like, you start to learn more about who you are and where you fit in that dynamic. And you're just looking for the next one to bust down, then the next one to bust down, then the next one to bust down, until you really you get good at it. You get good at the conversation. You fully start to understand who you are. Like, I don't think that's how that would work. I really I don't.
AP, are you blaming men for something? Like, that sounds very toxic.
I know, yeah, I do. Hell yes, toxic. And yes, we are the problem. Like, if we man, if you gave men the option, let's go ahead and look at this full thing in context. And I wouldn't normally say this, but we're live still, and I guess I'm gonna. If we look at this whole thing in context, you know that phrase of "Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free?" Most men would operate under that
I agree.
That idea.
Right, and it's toxic.
That's a woman's problem. No, that's a woman's problem, though. That's where I feel like women need to take accountability. We have to have higher standards for our bodies. why are you letting this man sleep with you, knowing you ain't finna have no happy ending at that marriage? Like, at some point, you think you learn, right? Like, the vagina ain't gonna get you there. It's just not. Stop.
See, this is where we're gonna get to that chicken. Is it the chicken or the egg conversation? Because in most cases, I'd argue that women don't give it up when in most cases there are still those one night stands and stuff like that. But in most cases, don't just give it up when they don't think it's when they know it's not going to go anywhere. In most cases, I think women give it up under the assumption that it might gonna go somewhere, and it's likely based off of something that the man has been saying or is doing in order to manipulate the relationship to get what we want.
Right.
That's me calling a spade a spade.
Or women
Oh
want to
Lord,
have
here we go.
sex too.
That's
And that
okay. I forgot about that. That's my
women want
fault.
to have sex too. And there's not a woman alive that didn't already say in her brain that she would do it if the situation arises. Now, granted, there might be other parameters she would put into place to make her look better. Like, hey, I'm not going to sleep with you on the first night because that makes me look bad. So I'm going to wait a week or a couple of days or a couple of dates, right? So you got to understand the psyche of women. It's not that women don't want the same thing men want. We just look like the predator because we are overt with like, yo, hey, let me get you.
You went on mute, Shan.
Okay, so it's because my computer tripping. So this is the thing: women want sex. They when women want sex, they are now. And there's a small group that this is outliers. They're the spirituals, right? Most women, when they want sex, is because they are looking for love, and sex comes with that. I was telling them mistaken that. If a woman wants to have sex with you and she's just not that out there like that, it's because she really wants you. Whether you like it or not, she probably lied to you and said, no, I just want, it's because she wants you. In the discussion. That's why you have drama along the way when you try to cut her off. Because if it was just about the sex, you would just be able to cut her off, right?
Or they extended it.
So that just be talking. And it's their fault because it's like y'all playing each other. She knows that having sex is a gateway. I was mistaken. There was a dating coach who stated men want sex but end up falling in love. Women want love, and so then they have sex, right? So what ends up happening is she's banking that if I give him everything he wants, he'll fall in love with me. If I just stick it out, he'll give me those feelings. He'll do these, and it just ain't working. It used to back in the day. I will say it used to back in the day, but that strategy is that's not working today.
I mean, I think that, long story short, like, if there's a bunch of women that's willing to give it and there's one that's not, the path of least resistance is go to the ones that will versus the ones that's not.
Do. Yep.
My husband's like,
same thing.
Which is why we say, hey, in some ways, the women are essentially the problem, because if you have a bunch of men that can't get sex, they're going to stop worrying about it. But if men can go and get sex, then therein lies the problem. Because back in the day, the reason why a lot of people got married is because in order for you to have sex, you had to get married. Now that's not a prerequisite. And so now you got situations where, even the relationships back in the day, like, they had sex, so they got married, or they had kids, so they got married. Like, a lot of the stuff that we complain about, it's like it was forced. Like, they needed some form of pressure, some form of
standard.
Yeah, you needed something to be like, because if left up to the devices, they wouldn't have did it. If women had their own accounts, they had their own houses, they would be experiencing the same thing that we're experiencing now. So
we are.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're saying, hey, women didn't have the opportunity. Men literally had the accounts, they had the money, they had the house. Who they gave it to? They gave it to the woman. A lot of brothers literally took their entire check and said, "Hey, here you go." And they gave her everything. So though she didn't have an account, though she didn't have the house or nothing like that, this man gave everything to her. And she didn't have to work for it. And that in the conventional sense. So I understand what you were saying as far as the finite facts is taken. But in all actuality, you know what I'm saying, even though she didn't have it, she had access to it because of the man. Because a lot of men, when they meet a woman, like they want to be more open. They want to be more emotional. They want to be more free because in the world you can't do that. When you go home to a woman where you can't do that, now I got to turn the cape on. I got to turn the superhero on. And now that thing that you be longing for, that emotional connection, you're not going to get it anymore because I feel like it's not getting me what I want.
Wait, can you break that down?
So oftentimes it takes one thing that's said from a woman to a man that make him feel like his feelings are invalid. And that's one layer that you will not get to experience. So many men are quickly like deterred from being their true authentic self with their women because like women don't know this. They don't think about this because most of the time they think men are invincible because we present ourselves to be. So when they start seeing the chinks in the armor, right, and they be like, well, shoot, that don't make sense to them. So now the guys go over there to try to be free and try to express themselves emotionally, right? The woman don't respond in a way that he was expecting, so then he locks back up, and then the woman feels the lockup and then creates the tension for further breakup.
Do you think that this could possibly be a shortcoming of maybe there's a better word, more polite word to use, but like a deficiency of emotional intelligence? That if you're just going to lock up because things don't work out your way, you're not working really through it.
Well, I think on a men's defense in this, I don't think as a society, because you talk about the patriarch and patriarch hurt as well, not just women. Part of that mindset is y'all are not from little kids. Y'all are not allowed to learn how to appropriately express your feelings or even identify with your feelings. Soon as like kids get a certain age and the boys start crying, especially if the dad's around, but women also reinforces the mindset as well because we grow up within that same culture. We'll tell, but toughen up, don't cry. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, hurt, get up, and I understand part of it is you don't want them to wallow in the hurt. Like, yeah, go ahead, you strong, you are right. I get that part. But I think a part of that ends up getting internalized and then reinforced as they get older and older, and they're never taught how to connect with their emotion and what and how to express them appropriately. Like you can have emotion but not be emotional. You can be aware, self-aware of how you're feeling and express it and not have to wild out. But boys are not trained to do that. And on the opposite end, I think women are not taught how to control their emotion. Women are allowed to go off, right? And then oh, that's just the way women are. You know what I'm saying? So I think women need to also be taught how to be stoic as well. And I know people typically associate the word stoic with men, but it just really means about being able to know how to have emotional intelligence, basically. So I think the two things happen. Women are on the far right with knowing how to control their emotions, and men are on like the far left with not being allowed to even show emotion.
And that's what I was saying. Like, I wish we could change that. Like,
Yeah.
It's a touchy subject of saying like, hey, masculinity needs to like update itself, but it does. Like, we need to be able to say like, yo, as a grown man, a young man, a kid, you can get a cry out. It's gonna be okay. The life's not gonna be over. You're not like less than a man if you cry because like something hurt you, you lost someone, something, you got sad. It's okay to be sad.
let me tell you a quick story. So when I was married, uh my ex-wife's nephews had challenged me to basketball. And when I tell you they were talking cash crazy like they was about that life. So I was like, okay, one day we're gonna see what y'all about. I pick them up and we get ready to go play basketball. I get to the court and I'm like, all right, let's do this. Come to find out in 5 seconds flat, they were trash at basketball. They talked cash crazy to me. And I said, y'all don't even stand a chance 2v1 against me. And I proceeded to beat their tail. So I said, you know what? This is not going to be fun for me. So you know what? I'm going to use this as a teaching opportunity to make you better, right? So the older one was a little bit better than the younger one, right? But the younger one, right? I told him to shoot the ball, right? He cried. I was like, I'm conflicted because I was like, nothing happened to you to cry. But I was like, okay, I don't want to make him feel bad for crying. So I'm going to let him get it out. So he cries, right? And he's just crying. I said, okay, are you good? Did you get it out? He was like, yeah. I said, why are you crying? He said that he was crying because he didn't think that he was going to make the shot. I said, sir, you didn't even try the shot. And he was just like, but what if I miss it? You shoot again. So he goes over there, misses the first shot. And I said, okay, now shoot it again. He makes it, nothing but net. And I said, you did all that crying when all you had to do was just keep trying. And that kind of speaks to both of you guys' point. Is just like, in all actuality, you can't tell people or tell men they don't have emotions. But also you got to sit here and say stuff still need to get done. So that's why I'm also still conflicted that like the world is going to be much harsher for most men, especially black men, right? So to continue to coddle you like you're going to be treated like a normal human being, I don't think that benefits you all the way either. But that also doesn't mean that I can't acknowledge that, hey, you're hurt. I got you. Dust yourself off. But once you're ready, let's get rolling. Because at the end of the day, like, though it's not fair. The world will never be fair, right? And you got to be able to operate in that. And you need to make the adjustments because a man will never be treated the same way women will be treated.
Can I get clarification? Because I hear this a lot, and I guess it just hasn't been my personal experience, so I don't really know how to relate to it. When y'all say women are coddled, what does that look like? Because I just think about my upbringing. I think about like how when y'all talk about, oh, daddy's girl, all of that kind of stuff. That was never a thing in my house. Like we got beat, we did something wrong. Let me say spanked because people take the word beat the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then in my household as well, when we were raising our son and daughter, like my daughter tell you now, she used to be like, I never got to be the princess of the daddy's little girl. I didn't, that's her issue, is because she said she never had that experience. So I just don't understand what that looks like and what that is.
Well, what it looks like is what you just mentioned, that women are able to express themselves like almost unfiltered at times. Now, of course, you have the households where they have very strict parents, right? And they have certain roles for you to do. And basically, I think you even spoke about it. Your parents basically taught you how to be a wife. And being a wife is not easy. Any woman that you know from like the 60s on back, being a wife was never an easy job, but they took pride in it and it required certain sacrifices for her to make in order for the household to be taken care of. Right. And I think that for you specifically, I think like your daughter, you think that we're saying that, you always get a chance to just live in a fairy tale. Right. But in all actuality, like a lot of the tangible things that women are allowed to do, like certain protections that women get. Like men are more willing to die for women than women are willing to die for men, right? And you got the chivalry aspect. Some brothers still open up the door for the woman. Like even women that they're not even with, they'll literally be at the store to open up the door and they'll let you go in. If they see other men trying to do stuff for other women, sometimes they might step in. Like there's small stuff that women have the freedom to be like, as far as expressing their emotions or being able to hit men and not go to jail, because most of the time reason why men won't send a lot of women to jail is because one, we're not really that hurt, and two, we look like the bad guy for sending you to jail even though you broke the law, which is why we sit there and say that women are coddled, because oftentimes people won't tell women genuinely the truth about how some things work or how men feel.
Okay, so I just looked because I really had to get a definition. So in terms of being coddled, it aligns with what I was thinking. It's saying being overprotected, overly comforted, or shielded from discomfort, responsibility, or consequences, usually in a way that prevents growth or maturity. So looking at that definition, I'm just trying to see how what you saying aligns with that. I think you're on mute.
Oh, I'm on mute. I literally just said that women have the ability to basically get all of their emotions out and not be chastised for it the same way men would be. And I also said that, chivalry, for instance, we're willing to open up the door for you so you can just continue to do whatever it is you want to do, whether we're with you or not. Or like I literally just said the last line, some people generally won't tell you the truth, especially men will not tell you the truth at all just to save your feelings.
HD,
Like,
one question. When your first point on women are allowed to, express more emotions, who is holding that standard up more, men or women? That men, because what you're saying is on the opposite. Men are not allowed to express their emotions. Who's says who?
Who
Men
set
or
the
women?
standard is what you're saying, right?
nobody said it. It's just what gets done. Like when a woman cries, everybody will stop to figure out why she's crying.
Who set
When a
that
man's
precedent?
crying, they'll be like, "Why are you crying?"
Who set that precedent?
I think people in general set that precedent. It wasn't just men.
Men set that precedent.
No, women set that precedent. If you actually ask some men, matter of fact, there was a story. There was a popular therapist. She said that in a book club that she was running, a man came to her and basically was like, there's nobody that's harder on me than these women that are in my household, because they expect me to be something that, honestly, I'm not, but I have to continue to
I
act
know
like.
what you're talking
Well,
about.
I'll say this,
Yeah.
HP. I think one of the big problems is like men are trying to show up in a world today that no one cares for them to show up as. No one cares for you to show up as a sole provider in this day and time frame anymore. That's a lot of stress. No one cares for you to show up as a guy who doesn't want to cry anymore. You are allowed to cry. I don't know what these dudes are saying. Oh, women are going to think you're weak. Women are going to not allow you to cry. They're going to sit and have a conversation with you. Now, if you're 20 years old, I get it. But at our grown age, 30s and 40s, we're talking through things. We're having adult conversations. We're allowed to cry. We're allowed to show it. We are rewarded by being, what's the word? Open or just transparent or vulnerable is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
And
but you're only given that right over time. Like let's think about it. In a long-term relationship, yeah, you can cry because this woman is seeing you in thick and thin,
no, you can do
and
this
you
in
have
dating.
supported her and stuff like that. But you have to understand, for a person that's not invested in you, especially a woman that's not invested in you, her seeing your true like tears and you're like a whiny dude, like you gotta understand, man. Like in theory, that sounds great, but most men understand, like, even if that woman loves you, you crying in front of her could potentially cause an visceral reaction that it's just habit. It's not even something that she's trying to do.
Men have
just
said
habit.
that. Men have set
No
that
woman
standard.
wants a whiny man. No
Exactly, which further proves the
Facts.
point. Which
Hold on.
proves the point.
Hold on, let her
You
finish.
can't
Let her
be
finish.
an unfiltered
Let her
man.
finish.
You
Flip
can't
side
do
to
it.
that is I don't think most men want a whiny baby woman either. Like
We
that's
don't
just
want it, but we'll deal with it. Y'all don't want to deal with whiny men. We'll deal with
we don't
whiny
want to deal
women.
with a whiny woman. But if
Why we
we
don't?
are together in a relationship, I'm gonna have to deal with my man whining. That don't mean I want him to whine, just like you don't want the woman to be whining all day. You don't. That annoys anybody.
Yes,
So
but
a
guess
lot of
what?
times y'all
We
be,
are more conditioned to deal with you whining than women are conditioned to deal
you
with
know
men
why?
whining.
Because y'all reinforce the idea that, oh, that's what women do. So just let them do it, as opposed to doing the same thing that I was talking about. Just
Then
like y'all at boys about like knowing how to express themselves, you know, the right way. Girls need to be taught the same thing.
I
Like what?
agree. But guess what? If I were to tell a lot of women, because you can even start asking just even women in the chat, right?
Except for when
You
you
can't
on your
hold
side.
women to the same standard that you hold men. Not even Chris will hold women to the same standard that he would hold. But like, you can't hold people to the same standard. You just can't.
Say that again.
You can't hold women to the same emotional standard that you would hold men. You just can't.
But I just want to say this, HD. We got to get rid of this emotional thing where it's like, what is whiny really? If you had a bad day, if you had a horrible week, like you are putting harm on yourself by bottling that all in and saying, I can't talk to anybody. Trust me, I've been that person before I went to start going to therapy. And that's just not healthy. So like we got to like say, yo, if that woman's not going to allow you to cry and talk through your emotions, that ain't the woman for you. It's not the woman for you.
Bro, what are we talking about? This is crazy.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead
saying-
and remain and be an incel. Like this is incel training 101. What are we talking about? Don't you dare cry in front of in front of a woman that's not invested in you. Like that shit is crazy.
No.
You go find yourself a room and pout and be a little bitch for the amount of time you need to go be a little bitch. Come out of that. Make sure your eyes is no longer dry and get back to work, because your
But
job
AP,
as a man is to get to solutions. This is silly.
But that's
This is
those men are
why I'm
crashing. Those men are crashing
you can't
out.
hold those standards. Like mistaken. What you're saying sounds good. I get you. I'm with you. But in reality, like you have to understand, like if you want to feel protected, the more I cry, the less you're gonna feel protected.
No, because two things can be true at the same time.
I agree.
Because I'll say my husband is very emotionally intelligent. Like he is in stoic at the same time. Like it's
Let me
like
ask you a question. How often did your husband cry in front of you?
I can't tell it numerous times. He's cried in front of the kids.
Is you upset? Are you upset, HD?
He's
I'm not upset. I'm saying I guarantee you this man don't cry in front of you like that. And if he does, he earned that right too, based upon the time that y'all spent together.
Earned the right to?
Like AP said, though, we didn't start dating and he just no, he don't do that, crying all the time. Now, he doesn't have an issue with expressing his emotion, regardless of what the emotion is. If I'm sad, I'm going to cry. If I'm happy, I'm going to be happy. Like he's so secure in who he is as a man that he don't give a fuck about what any of y'all think. If he sees his cousins or his friends, he'd be like, yo, dude, how you been? I haven't fun. Man, I love you. He doesn't have an issue with letting people know how he feels about them. And at the same time, I feel protected as fuck. You ask my kids, they sometimes don't say something because they be like, I know dad gonna wild out. So he has the ability to express himself as a man, that he doesn't care what other men think about him, because he has everything that they want anyway. He has a wife, he has a family, he has a home, everybody's intact. So I'm a man. Like, he doesn't define himself by the same rules that y'all are try to keep men like trapped in. Like, you can be a stoic man, you could be a strong man, but still express your feelings. There's nothing wrong with that.
HDTV,
Yeah,
if
but
you've
there's
been
a
dating
difference between expressing your feelings and crying.
so HDTV, if you've been dating a woman for 2
You
months,
can articulate your feelings and say I'm pissed off. I can say I'm upset. I can say that I got issues. But crying is a very different thing to show to people.
HDTV,
Why?
if you've been dating a woman for 2 months, you can't cry in front of her.
Depends on what I'm crying about. If my mom died, I'm crying. It just is what it is.
But y'all will cry over a basketball
Yeah,
game or
H-
losing a football
yeah,
game. You
HDTV.
can't
There
cry
is
when
there
you're
there's
emotionally hurt.
HDTV. There's more than enough time in life to be strong. You have every right to process those emotions. It's just gonna be for a moment, maybe a day, maybe a week, and you're gonna get over it. But to say you can't even cry, you gotta tuck it in. You gotta go cry in the corner. You gotta go cry in the closet, and not let anybody know. I hate that for y'all, man.
Listen, I am not a big crier. I'm just not. And even when I want to cry,
You
I
don't
can't
cry around me, I don't trust you.
Facts.
You said what?
If you can't cry around me, I don't trust you.
I mean, but personally, you don't need to trust me like that. But the
Well,
details.
no, I don't. Yeah, we on that level.
Yeah,
But
that's
what
what I'm saying. Like, but that's other my point mistaken. Your husband has earned the right to cry in front of you.
Earned the right to cry. That's got to be
Yes,
a.
he has
I'm
earned
writing
the
that
right.
down. I'm writing that down.
Yes, he has earned the right to cry in front of you. Y'all been through enough stuff for him to be like, all right, I'm just letting it out. And it is what it is. Like, and that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes you do gotta freaking earn the right for certain things. Like, you just do. This is what it is. Like, and I think guys are more accepting of that than women. Yeah, you gotta earn it. You can't earn.
Those men are
let
crashing
me ask
out.
you a question. Why is crying associated with being weak?
Why? It's because sometimes, like, in my experience, I would say you're in a very vulnerable state when you start crying, right?
No, some people cry when they're angry. That don't
I
mean
know, but most of the time, people don't cry when they're angry. They cry when they're sad or depressed, or they're frustrated to a point where there's nothing that they can do. Right?
Frustration,
Yes.
anger. Yeah.
So when you're crying, right, you don't have full control over all your facilities sometimes. Like, it's like even when you're trying to muster up certain strengths when you're crying, it doesn't really go well. So it's just like the image of a man crying for some people makes him look weak. And because of that, he internalizes himself as being weak because other people view him as weak.
Can I share a story time real quick? Judge me if y'all want to. I'm a lead. Like I said, I was a captain of a pool team. I led a pool team to Vegas. But I want to run it back. We were playing a pool championship. This was the second year in a row that we were in the pool championship, league championship. I was playing the 5th game out of 5 games. We were up 6-5. All I had to do was win against someone who was just one rank above me. I got swept. And I didn't know that since we had qualified, we were first place in the regular season, that we were qualified for the tournament. If you won that league championship, you go to that tournament anyway. I cried. I had to be consoled because I felt like I let the team down. I felt like, man, I just beat somebody who was like, I was a 3. I beat someone who was a 6 the last week, and now I can't beat a 4. And I just felt like I let the team down. I let myself down. I was like, man, how did I just go from this performance to this one? And I was just like, man, it's just I wasn't prepared to cry, but I had to let it out. I had to be consoled by my teammates. I had to be consoled by the league administrator. And I told my teammates, I said, yo, I'm going to push past this. I got to continue to practice harder because I don't want this to ever happen again. I've got to get better. And I got better. And I ended up leading a team to Vegas, which most people who play APA pool never do. So like you can cry. And listen, when I cried in that pool hall, I was crying in front of the people who beat us. I was crying to anybody who could see. But I got that cry out. And like I said, I'm a grown ass man. I'm 42. That happened when I was probably like 40.
But see, Maroon, the problem with that is that's an acceptable cry for men. Men accept other men crying over sports, competition. That's the only time that I've actually seen where men understand why the dude is crying and it's acceptable. But crying
He put in
because
his 10,000 hours was great, and he feels like he let not just himself or let the team down, but also himself. Like, bruh, I feel your pain in that scenario. I feel your pain. Let it go, bro.
And I was
get it.
boohoo crying. I was like,
bruh, I get it. I promise you, I get it. Trying to finally fight and win the last 3 games of of our conference season just to get a fucking bowl game, bro. Got in the bowl game, got smashed. Man, I'm talking about I'm sitting back turned to everybody crying like a little bitch. Because you work so hard, you put so much effort, so much energy into achieving that one, bruh. Sports is an acceptable cry in that scenario. I feel
one more
mistaken is 100% correct.
One more quick story time. When I filed because I filed my divorce, when I moved out of the place and I was staying with my baby sister for one night because she's in Atlanta, I cried in front of her and I said, I'm gonna miss my wife. I'm gonna miss my brother-in-law who was living with us at the time. I'm gonna miss my whole in-laws. I'm gonna miss this whole reality that it's changing now. I'm gonna miss my wife. I lost the friend. I'm gonna miss that. I cried over that. So
bro, that's like a death, bro. Like that's a true like loss. Like,
so what is an unacceptable cry? So what's
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
What's an unacceptable cry?
Oh no, I don't cry. My tear ducts are dry.
Wow. An unacceptable cry.
If I was your wife, I wouldn't trust you.
Listen. An unacceptable cry is when you, in the middle of the night, you stub your toe and you hit that random thing and your eyes start tearing up. Listen, that's an unacceptable cry. You gotta suck that
That's an acceptable crash out.
You gotta bring that tear back up into your face, yo. You gotta bring it back into submission, okay? Another unacceptable cry. Somebody yell at you. You can't just cry just because somebody yell at you. That's unacceptable.
Ooh, that's a fact. That's a fact.
But again,
women can cry. That's okay.
So I want to ask HDTV this. So if you got cursed out in a meeting, HDTV, you just fucking dropped the ball. We're gonna turn this work in late because of you. We might lose the whole project because of you, and you get put on blast. You get embarrassed in this meeting. You tell me you can't go out and cry?
Can't cry.
Wow.
Can't cry.
Can't cry. Do you mean you can't cry in front of them?
No, you can't cry. It was your fault. It was your fault, and you knew it was coming. That's like you should have prepared better.
Hey, AP,
you should have prepared better.
AP, I'm about to fire you today. You can't go and cry.
Hell no, because I've already been offered 2 jobs since I've been set up for reload, bro. I ain't tripping on no motherfucking job. What's that to cry about? And furthermore, I don't got time to cry. So let's just say I didn't have a offer on the table, right? I don't got time to cry because I got to grind.
So
I ain't got time for that for no emotional bullshit. What are we talking about?
You can do BOAF. Do both. I
told y'all about this situation before, and and years later we ended up talking about it, but that was on me because I didn't bring it up until years later. But I had told y'all before how I had a miscarriage, right? And we were looking forward, to having this child. So I ended up having a miscarriage. And of course, I'm bawling, emotional, whatever. And he's, holding me, he's comforting me. But one of the things that stood out to me, and maybe I was misinterpreting it at that time, being in my own emotion, is that he didn't cry. And part of me started feeling like, well, did he care as much as I did? You know what I'm saying? Like I knew he wanted another child or whatever. And that kind of bothered me. So then years later, when I actually talked about him, he said, I was trying to be strong for you. And I think it's that mindset that we try to train in. Now, I'm not saying that there are times you cry and you don't cry, whatever, but I thought that that was definitely an appropriate time for him to cry because he lost a child too. It wasn't just mine. You know what I'm saying? And that bothered me in a sense that I need to know, like, just like I'm being vulnerable with you going through this, and I feel I can lean on you. I need you to know that we can lean on each other. Both of us are experiencing this pain and hurt. And he told me he just had to deal with it on his own. He cried on his own. And that hurt me. That he felt he had to do that for me.
But that's the thing that you don't understand, or you probably do understand, but that's the burden and the weight and the responsibility of being the husband.
But y'all
Like,
shouldn't have to feel like that, is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
we shouldn't have to,
There's
but we
no
do.
He would have, but he put that burden on himself, or I don't know if society put it on him as well, that he even felt that he had to do that with me, because it's expected that you're going to be upset if when a child died, when a child passed, you know what I'm saying? It's expected. You know what I'm
So,
saying?
so
So
let me
that
ask you a
I
question.
can't see him any less of a man for that.
I understand that you're saying that now. You don't know how you would have responded if he did that at that time. But
I've seen
also,
I've
but
had 3 miscarriages. I do. I know.
okay,
I
let me say this. Do you expect him that when you're in physical, when you feel like you're in physical danger, do you expect him to protect you?
Yes.
Okay. He has that same obligation that when you're going through something, especially a miscarriage, that sometimes he will choose to just allow you to be fully protected while he be the sacrifice in that moment. You might not like it, you might not agree with
Oh,
it, but that's the whole nature. Even when you read scripture, it says that the husband is to be a sacrifice. So though you want him to have the ability and the freedom to cry, right? But in all actuality, sometimes he's just going to choose to be the sacrifice when he could, instead of choosing to just to be human.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the nature of the role of being a husband.
But he's bottling up trauma. I'm not necessarily talking about her husband, but I was saying
I
men
mean,
in general.
apparently he said he went to go deal with it on his own. So the
And
thing
that's the
is
problem. That's what makes situations worse, because honestly, humans, we are communal. We're not meant to be alone. We're not meant to live life alone. So if we're not meant to live life alone, part of life is going through ups and downs, going through emotional things, and depending on each other. So when he's hurt, I'm a hurt with him. When I'm hurt, I expect him to hurt with me. Like, that's what you do when you become one. That's what being one is all about. Now, I felt really bad. What hurt me, and this was years later that we ended up talking about it, I started crying because then I felt so bad that he felt that he had to do that. That hurt me for him. So it is a mindset of, I truly believe when you create an environment of safety. Like, I know women talk about safety all the time, but I also believe that men need an environment for safety as well, to grow and develop, especially emotional growth.
And it's just a moment.
Yeah.
I think there's this stigma of like, this is gonna stick with me. They're gonna not look at me the same. Like, I get it if let me not go there. I was gonna say like the Jay-Z Beyonce, when Jay-Z got slapped in the elevator, I couldn't look at him the same. But I was just saying. But
I agree with both of you, but I think that what's the word? I think it's important to understand that what you're speaking about, both of you, you're speaking about from a level of maturity. In your younger ages, you didn't have that same maturity that you have now, and which is why I said, "Hey, he earned that right to cry in front of you, right? He has a mature woman. A lot of women, even in your age, that's your age, ain't mature. So you have to understand and know the woman that you're with, and realize like anytime you express yourself as a man, you're opening yourself up to basically be hurt. So we have to be willing to take those sacrifices in order for us to have what it is that you're talking about, mistaken. But I would argue that majority of women don't have that level of maturity. I mean, I've met many women, like, I don't even know how old you are, but I don't meet many women that have the disposition.
47.
You're 47. I don't meet many women with that kind of disposition because a lot of women are taught that men need to be a certain type of way versus you are the type of person that's like, hey, I want to learn things as they are, right? I learn, I study, I read, I get facts, I process my emotions. I am willing to dive into things that most people aren't willing to dive in. I'm here to tell you most women and most men don't operate that way. They are more scared of the unknown than you are.
And those do exist in HGTV. Like there are traditional men, traditional women still to this day. But I'm saying it might mean dating some different type of people. Like if this woman is not like, I remember I've dated several women that were just like, we had like an emotional hour. Cause like I struggled to kind of like get my emotions out and share my feelings and stuff like that. And they've gotten me to feel like a whole lot more comfortable with that. To just explain how I feel, whatever. But just like we're talking about the crying piece of it. It's like, you have every right to cry and not be judged in that moment and going forward. And if that person judges you going in that moment and going forward, they aren't the right person for you.
Let me tell you a story.
Hold on. Let me get 1 second, Miss HD.
I can't see you. Put your
Yeah,
car
I turned the light thing off. Oh shoot! I didn't even realize we're still live.
Unless HDTV, unless that's the way you want to live.
I thought
Yeah,
shit.
I didn't even realize we're
It's
still
been
live.
live this whole time. We've been living our best lives.
So
It's told my personal business.
so you sure did. Like if I'd have known we were live, mistaken, I promise I would have
Don't you got the
stopped
power
you in the
to click
middle of
it?
it.
Oh man.
But
You got the power.
Wait now.
but
You got the power to click it?
No, I don't have it. I used to, I don't now.
Dang. Well,
but
Share.
I think, and this is I'm gonna try to be as honest and not tell any jokes on this.
Go for it.
From I have zero issue articulating my emotion. I have zero issue identifying when I'm truly becoming stressed, and I have zero issue with handling that stress when it's present. I believe that especially in a relationship context, that the man is meant to be the rock for the female and create the space for her to feel open and be able to be vulnerable. And are you talking, Miss Taken?
show on the phone.
Oh, okay. Um, to be vulnerable and give her that space to show that without being overly emotional myself as a man. I don't think, because I believe that in many instances it's not the same things that would make a man, let's say, weep. And I believe that it I don't think that it's honestly that healthy, and I don't feel like I bottle anything up. I don't think I don't think being emotional as a man is real EQ, which is emotional quotient, which is part of emotional intelligence. And there's a whole, like, if you can look this up, but there's a whole equation that goes into it. I I just think being able to recognize, process, and continue to move forward is kind of how we're built. And I think we're truly designed that way. I just I can't see myself, and this is me speaking anecdotally. I can't see myself crying when it's not a death or a sporting event. And even now at 44, I would not cry over a damn sporting event. That's silly. Now that I look back and reflect that maybe I was a bit too emotional and I didn't have any intelligence about my emotion during that time in my life. But now I have the ability to process and fully understand exactly what I'm going through and how I feel, why I feel what I feel. And I can process through it. And I fully understand where your husband, where his mindset was during that time. Like, look, I need to make sure you have the space, and I don't want to compound any additional emotion because of what's going on inside of me. I need you to feel safe and comfortable to be able to have that release. I would like if y'all had talked, he probably would have laid a little bit more out during that time. But were you really truly in a space to where you could have even had that conversation without getting even more emotional?
Well, I would say at that time, I think me not knowing that he was suffering too made it worse because I perceived it as him not being as hurt by it as I was. So, in knowing that he was just as hurt as I was, would have actually helped. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense,
Yeah,
it would
but
have
It
we
helped.
can't
does.
know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
we
again,
can't know that in a moment. Like,
later, we talked about it, but in that moment, I understand too. He did what he thought was right for the situation. You know what I'm
As part of
saying?
that
But
EQ.
I just
Like
know that.
I'm beginning to understand and truly appreciate your husband because he honestly processed that like most men probably